Hello, friends. Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. I actually had to do some, running around, and I had to figure out what I was specifically going to title this live stream. I really didn't have nothing for you because it's a little bit of a mixture of videos where you got topics dealing with Africans and other viral videos. Originally, I was going to put some things dealing with Trump and the government directly in there, but I guess I'm going to wait until a lot of those things happen to figure themselves out. So, at this moment in time, that's, nowhere in the videos at this moment. And I came across while perusing the online streets, I came across a video of which I covered in a sense a video of this woman before, and this is not the first time. I want to say sort of near like the tail end of last year, I brought up a video dealing with this woman, and she stated the exact same thing that she said before, and then she wanted to go into this whole speech and this whole thing, specifically detailing who it is that she is, right? And it pretty much to sum it up, it's that me no black, type of deal. But she's born and raised in America, right? So let's just take a listen.
You guys, I really appreciate that y'all are enjoying my videos and resonating with my deep love for Stained. But please stop assuming my race in the comments, because it's a little frustrating for me. Because I'm not a black woman. I'm a mixed race Louisiana Creole. I'm mixed with Native American, French, Spanish, and West and Central African. And I consider myself to be of European descent. Just because I am not phenotypically white does not mean I am ethnically black.
Yo, shout out to Killmonger and Bushido. What is up? What is up? What is up? Um, this type of thing is very much nerve wracking because, like I said before, you got these type of folks that will decide that they want to play around. They know how it is that physically they present, how it is that they look. And I think we had a conversation before about, anybody who is Creole and how it is that they consider themselves, what it is that they call themselves, and all this other type of stuff. And I've heard so many times how they're like, no, 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 I'm not black. I'm Creole. We have a whole different, this, that, and the third, and all this other. This is all I'm saying, right? For any of those people that's out there, that's like they're just like strictly Creole. They're just like severely of like any, like they're basically everybody, right? If there's ever a conversation dealing with reparations, please stay back. Just stay directly to the side because you're not identifying as Black American. You're identifying as everything else but that. So I'm just going to sit there and say, just kindly step directly to the side. Don't even have conversations, in a sense, dealing with like slavery stuff, because your stuff, again, your history and stuff is directly to the side. She said herself that she claims more European than anything else. You can't make this up. I've never seen I've never seen such nonsense. And I'm literally looking directly at this woman, and she's like, "No, I'm European." You got it. You got. I'm not sure if the Europeans are going to sit up there and really take you in like that. I'm not sure if other folks are going to take you in like that. But you got it though. Hey, you're European. You're a white woman. Hey, all right. You got it, coach. I ain't even gonna argue with you. Just stay out of Black American business. That's all I'm saying. Don't say nothing about Black American culture. Don't speak on Black American people. Don't speak on nothing dealing with reparations or anything like that. Just stay directly over to the side and only talk about Europeanness and European things. That's it. Because you're a European woman, right? Like I said, that's crazy. Even in her title, I'm not a black woman. I'm a multi-generationally mixed race and of European colonial sorry. Col- can't even get my words correctly at this moment in time because I'm frustrated. Colonial French and Spanish descent. So, like I said before, this is why we got problems and issues directly out here because people are too mixed up and want to be everywhere at this moment in time, just like me, and trying to get my pronunciations and words directly through. It's diabolical work. It's diabolical work. But anyways, let's continue.
the outrage? Where are the protests, the rallies, the march, the chants, the songs, the fundraisers for the lives that are being taken every day in Congo?
I know what's so eerie about Africans? They don't have no survival remorse. They don't care about the people starving back home or that's unalived to civil wars back there or tribal wars. They got up and they got out of here, right? You even have people from the hood out here that made it big have survival remorse about the people they left back in the hood, right?
Right.
Africans, no survival remorse. That's crazy. Y'all, this is what the Congolese people are doing on this app. Check it out.
How dare you?
How did y'all get Nicki Minaj involved in Diaspora wars? The good thing is, Nicki Minaj is not rocking with FBA.
This man can't stop talking about FBAs. He liked the taste in his mouth. He's so infatuated. 90% of his page is FBA. How do we get Congolese people involved in Congo matters? Well, here's another one. The Bantu doll. Check her out. Hold up, y'all thought it was that was it? She's eating again. She's eating some more. Promise y'all this: no Black Americans, no FBAs is jealous of any Africans. So what? You come over here and become successful. You couldn't do it in your own land. You had to flee. No Black American or FBA is fleeing. You can't pay her to talk about any Congo issues. Like, bro, she's too busy in Black American issues. Matter of fact, all you Africans are. I got one more though. This is the grand finale, grand opening, grand closing.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Cause y'all got smoke for all the other immigrants except for your favorite ones. It's crickets. Because Nicki Minaj came here when she was 5. Drake came from Toronto. 21 Savage, England.
But check this out, Congolese sis. All those people that you mentioned, they came over here and blew up off of Black American culture. They didn't. Nicki Minaj didn't bring Trinidad, whatever music they do in Trinidad. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the music out there. I know London, UK, the Brits, they don't have culture. So 21 Savage couldn't bring nothing over here to do as his own music. But they use Black American culture to blow up. And none of them, not even her talk about what's going on in Congo, right? She's more fixated on Black American culture and Black American issues. Like I stated before, how do we get Congolese people or African people in general, Africans, all the Africans, talking more about African issues? Because y'all all fixated with FBAs and Black Americans. That's all y'all discourse is on. No mention of Congo, right? You have Africans in more support of the watermelon movement, the poly movement, than Congo, than Sudan.
What we got down there? You said, what was that? You said American blacks are cooked, some dumb human beings. The only thing that's cooked is Africans cooking their own people directly over there. How about that one? Don't want to talk about that. Don't want to talk about the trafficking that's taking place. Right? Let me just highlight you real quick because a lot of people want to sit up there and get like real dumb and stupid, right? So again, like I said before, this is what it looks like when you got folks out there that don't want to stay specifically on topic. Donnie in Timeout clearly is pointing out the fact that you got all of these Africans and many others that got all of this stuff, all of this smoke to sit up there and say about Black Americans, right? But yet they don't have nothing to say when it deals with their own people. Like I said, I don't even know who you are, but all I'm saying at the end of the day, when it deals with Africa, King Leopold of Belgium, I'll just leave it as that. I could just stop right there. King Leopold of Belgium. What smoke do y'all really have for the Belgian folks directly out there? None. Not a word. And I'm looking at all the Africans out there. I don't see y'all saying nothing. I don't see no smoke for them at all after everything that's set up there and took place. I don't even really see other Africans really talking about the Congo and everything that's taking place in history and all this other type of stuff. But you got the nerve to sit up there and say that, oh, well, you know, Black Americans, you guys are cooked because you're this, that, and the third. The only way that y'all can actually really do anything is when y'all come over to America, because we establish spots and places and things here so that you can be comfortable and have a platform to shake and move and do the things that you want to sit up there and do. Because for whatever reason, I don't know, again, who's that dude again? Go Samurai. I don't even know who you are. I don't even know where you come from. Realistically, I don't even care. I just know that 9 times out of 10, seeing people speak like this, you ain't Black American. You ain't Black American. And like I said, chances are very great you're probably over here. You're probably over here because I know you're not going to be brave enough. No, you're not going to be brave enough to be on the African continent deciding that you want to sit up there and talk all types of sideways about Black Americans. Let's not do that. You don't want to sit up there and do that, because we can sit up there and start bringing up videos of a multitude of areas in Africa in 2025 where you got muddied dirt roads, nothing is paved, trash all over the place, sewage water just in the streets, and people have to sit up there and hopscotch, or better yet, walk through that with open toe sandals to get to and from. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Because, like I said, it's a lot of other people out here cooked. It ain't Black Americans. There's a lot of other people out there that is actually cooked, not us. But like I said, y'all want to sit up there and act like y'all know better than us. Y'all want to act like y'all, as soon as y'all come over here, y'all are, really bringing an introduction. Y'all really doing something. You ain't. You ain't doing nothing. See, you are not doing nothing. Even when it deals with sports. A lot of y'all, even if you got Africans directly in sports, you know why you're in sports? It's because of Black Americans. You didn't just decide one day, oh, I don't see any representation over there in America when it deals with sports. Let me put on my African super suit and go over to America and give these Black Americans some diversity and something to look up to. Nah, Black Americans did that. Black Americans did that. Like I said, it's crazy. It is 100% crazy. So we got up here, somebody said, did you know that Black American music degeneracy was pushed by the music executives? There's videos which show this was a plan. This was planned for by Israel to destroy the Black community. At this moment in time, I don't really care who started. Technically, in a sense, sort of, kind of. The only thing I care about is the fact that people only tend to focus in on one part of Black music, and they want to categorize that as everything. It's like magically whenever everybody talks about Black music, they're like, oh yeah, rap. I'm like, so everybody's just that dumb and ignorant? Like, people just forgot, like, there's R&B, there's soul, there's jazz, there's rock, and all these other, like, people just forgot that quick? Like, all Black people got when it deals with music is just rap. That's it. And then even when you listen to a lot of these immigrants out here talking about Black music, that's the only thing that they can list, because they refuse to actually educate themselves, just like a lot of other people. It is diabolical. Yo, Shan, what is up? He says, did you see the video I sent? Yeah. The funniest thing is, I saw that video. Was it around? I think I caught it before the live stream yesterday, I think. And I saw that video. I was like, I do want to do that video. I do want to talk about that. I'll probably get to it at some point. Because there was a lot of things there. There was a lot of things there. And I did see some other folks there that looked like they were potentially Black. Like I said, I don't know who is who. That's one of my main things now. Because now I got to start questioning a lot of things. I gotta start. But yeah, I know the video you're talking about. Rabbit, what is up? What is up? You said, Seji, as an African born in Europe, I've noticed Africans would rather ignore the trauma and horrors of colonialism and slavery, and Black Americans / FBA try not to forget. Yeah, because at the moment in time that we happen to forget the history, the moment in time that we forget all of these things that transpired and happened, it's going to happen again. It's just going to happen in a different way. They're going to mask it and hide it just, differently. That's the whole thing of keeping it alive, keeping people aware, passing down the teachings, passing down the history. So what happened in the past will not be in the future, won't happen in the future, will not stay consistent and persistent. So like I said, it shouldn't exist. But, it'd be like that. It 100% be like that. And it's a crazy thing, how a lot of folks try to tell Black Americans, like, y'all got to get over slavery. It was so long ago. You guys were never slaves and da-da-da-da. Y'all never sit up there and say that to the Jewish community. Y'all never say that to anybody else. Y'all never say that to the Native Americans, right? Y'all never say that to no other group. It's always specifically, and I want to just make this as clear as possible. Black Americans are the only ones out of the whole world that get told to shut up about their history. Every group, I done literally seen every group around the world in one way or another. When a conversation is brought up about slavery and people specify that they're talking about Black Americans or Black people in America, everybody is like, oh, they need to get over it. It's so long ago. Why are you guys still focused on it? Look at where you are today. It's always this other type of stuff. But magically, when it's everybody else talking about their history and not forgetting, everybody shuts up. They're clutching their pearls like, oh my God, that was so horrible. I can't believe that happened to your people. I am so sorry. You have every right to sit up there and remember and to tell your side of the history and this, that, and that is so traumatic. I could never imagine. Like I said, it's a whole type of thing that happens. But when you explain these types of things, people make it seem as though that you're just making the stuff up. But then at the same time, while people are trying to tell Black Americans to shut up about their history, here comes everybody else, including white folks, be like, "Oh, you guys weren't just slaves. The Irish and the Scottish, they were slaves too." It's a difference between indentured servitude and chattel slavery. It's a difference between walking directly into that door and signing papers for a certain amount of years, and then you're free to go do whatever it is that you want to do after you done did your work for that person, versus you just being there and there's no way out except for if you die. It's a complete difference. It is a complete difference. Like, that's crazy to me. That's 1,000% crazy to me. Yo, what is up, Gail? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What was it? Tippy said, "Am I late?" No, you're not. I am not. I mean, you are not late. You are good. You are good. You are good. You are golden. Next we go to the next video, and again, it is from Donnie in Timeout.
Africans, they're not playing with these undocumented Africans come into their medical system and try to drain all their resources. This is what's going on. They're in a public hospital telling all the undocumented Africans that they gotta go. Y'all are not about to get free healthcare on us. The only way y'all could get healthcare if you go to a private hospital and you already have the money. Right? And they're like, yo, why did we even come into this hospital? We should have been standing on the outside, preventing the undocumented Africans from even coming into the hospital. That's what they talking about. We shouldn't even have to come up in here. We should have prevented y'all from coming in the hospital. So listen to this conversation he has with this Congolese person.
Okay. Which country do you come from?
I'm from Congo.
Congo. You're from Congo. What is the nearest country to Congo? If you're seeking refuge in South Africa, because according to foreign policy,
you're supposed to go to
migrate to them.
You're
So
supposed
you
to go
cannot
to
come to
Ghana.
South Africa, seek refuge in a wrong country and ask us silly questions.
The government. Which government? Which government? Which government?
My guy, let me tell you something. Shh, keep quiet. We don't have time to reason with foreigners. Leave, my guy. Leave. No. Let's go. Shush. Leave. We don't reason with foreigners. We don't want to
You run away from your
And this group is called Patriot Alliance. And they're all aligned. Like, the providers in these hospitals is aligned with the mission. The security in these hospitals is aligned with this mission. Everybody's, on the same page when it comes to kicking or removing undocumented Africans out of their public healthcare systems.
Now, I want to note that, again, all the times that I've showcased videos of Africans speaking and talking negatively about Black Americans, why aren't those same Africans highlighting and talking about these problems? Just like I said, just wondering, because again, it's a little bit confusing to me on how it is that you got other Africans deciding that, oh, we're just going to go to somebody else's, hospital and do this, that, and the third, and all this. Nah, son, using the resources that's meant for other people that actually need those resources. You should realistically be directly in your own place of residence, where it is that you came from, that large landmass. You should be there getting whatever treatment or whatever it is that you specifically need. Why would you go all the way to like West Hill somewhere in order, like, that don't even make any type of sense. That don't make any type of sense at all. But like I said, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of broken systems over there in Africa, in many of the 54 African countries, that a lot of Africans who get online and always want to specifically speak on Black Americans never want to highlight and directly talk about. And it's the craziest thing. Even going back to one of the content creators that Donnie was talking about earlier, where you saw the African guy always opening his mouth about Black Americans and all this other, like, he didn't, as he stated before, he didn't really get over here up until he was like 25 or something like that. So I'm like, you don't even have a history of anything dealing with Black Americans. You don't know nothing about nothing. All you know is just Africa or African people. That's it. So it's like for you to get over here in your 20s and then you decide at a certain moment in time you want to open up the app and then you want to start talking about Black Americans and saying this, that, and that. Don't even go back home. Go back. This is why I sit up there and say that when it deals with a lot of these things, a lot of people just need to go home. That's the best way I can sit up. A lot of people need to go home. You have overstayed your welcome. You want to be the utmost disrespect. And like I said, the craziest part is none of these folks would ever open their mouths sideways in any type of way towards white folks. They would never do it because they know better. They respect one group and they disrespect another. But yet the group that they disrespect is the one that made it possible for them to even be here, to even flourish, to even procreate, to even import themselves here, as they like to say, right? Because I showed y'all videos where Africans were talking about we came on planes. We didn't come as cargo. We were never cargo, right? Somehow, some way, got to open their mouths to be disrespectful about Black Americans. The craziest thing possible, calling us cargo. Call us cargo. But then at the same time talking about, oh, we're all family. Come back home. Stop denying your African selves, your African blood, your African heritage. Stop the xenophobia. You call us cargo. You call us slaves. You say that that's all that we are. Brother. Yo, it is diabolical. It is diabolical. Let me see. This person said Africans are more successful than Black Americans economically. So there's something missing. You know what's missing? The thing I love about this so much. Why is it that everybody talks about how successful Africans are, but they can never talk about them being so successful in Africa? Riddle me that, Batman. Why is it that the only time Africans can get highlighted and be oh so successful, oh so high and mighty and proud is when they leave and they're outside of Africa? How does that even make sense? If you're so great, you will be great in your own country, correct? Huh? That's like a Black American basically saying that they're great, but they're over in somebody else's country. Anytime Black Americans speak, they're speaking of their greatness here, of which they established in their country, of which they came from, of which they never ran from. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me how that takes place. It's crazy to me. And then you pull up to the scene saying that Black Americans have it too easy. Since when? How is that? Stephen Collins, you are either Caucasian or you're somebody else. Either one or the two. Either which way, I know that I'm right somewhere. Either which way, I know that I'm right somewhere. It's crazy to me every single time that people always want to sit up there and talk that they don't have anything else to say. Like, when's the last time that y'all really seen online fields of Africans, like as many Africans that I've shown and many others? How many times can you count, as for the Black Americans out there, how many times can you actually attest and count all of the times that these folks have said anything positive about us and went viral? Like I said, pay attention. And that goes back to Stephen Collins is your name. A lot of the Africans that are online right now, the reason that they're even able to make money is because of Black Americans one way or another. So I don't care how quote unquote successful you are. You're that way because we made it so, meaning that we made it possible. You wouldn't be successful in America without us. Let's just put that directly where it needs to be. Let's just put that directly where it is that it needs to be. That's some diabolical work. Man, somebody decided to call me directly out of my name. Somebody decided that they want to say that people are talking about victimhood. I got you, no problem. You say you were scrolling directly through the feed, and for the feed, you shall stay scrolling. Just nowhere on or part of this channel to the shadow realm you go, where nobody else will hear your screams, your whispers, or your cries. That's number one. Who else, if anybody else is trying to get stupid, we sell tickets, free tickets to a multitude of bridges of which we do own, and we will clearly allow you to see what is on the other side of that bridge into the abyss. So if you would like to see what the abyss looks like, raise your hand, and either me or any one of my moderators, my great, beautiful, wonderful, awesome, intelligent moderators, we will help you directly into that same abyss of which you came. Because some of y'all might not know exactly where it is that you are. You might have got lost, but you will be found. That's some crazy. Diabolical out here. Mo said Stephen Collins is the dad from Seventh Heaven. He probably is. Because he up there just talking reckless. Just talking immensely reckless at this moment in time, just moving to and from. Can't even stay directly on topic. That is crazy. That is diabolical. But like I said before, and this is not like a type of hubris. This is not a type of ego or anything like that. For any Africans at any moment in time, if you want to sit up there and dictate to Black Americans how proud you are to be, how successful your family and your group specifically is, always note that when you look directly down on the ground that you stand on, that's Black Americans. We established that. We created that. Because without that concrete, without that foundation, you'll be walking on the same faltering soils of which you walk on in Africa, in your own homelands, in your own countries, in your open-toed sandals. Right? Not stable. It's a little bit shaky. It's a lot of cracks there. It's a lot of holes there. It's not paved. Yeah, we established a foundation, a ground of which that you can walk on. But like I said, a lot of y'all are just ungrateful. A lot of y'all ungrateful. I can't even say that y'all don't know better, because you do, because y'all like to sit up and say that y'all way more educated than Black Americans. So you're intelligent enough to know why it is that you are as successful as you are at this current moment in time in America. Like I said, it's because of us. One way or another, it always leads back to Black Americans. The exact same way that y'all like to sit up there and say that, oh, everything that Black Americans are, it comes directly from Africa. All the success that Africans have currently at this moment in time in the United States is because of Black Americans. We are the originals here. We are the originators here. See how everybody can lay claim to something? See how that works? It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. What else we got directly down here? What else we got down here? Let me see. Goddess, what is up? What is up? What is up? You say you seen a whole video with Africans saying that the African names, then they oh yeah, with the African and American names. Yeah. That's bars. That's bars. That's bars. Yo, much love, respect, and appreciation to Jedi Sage for the $5 dono to the channel. Said top 10 FBA content creators. Tuition for the cause. For the tether. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sham said the money African Americans make is put back into the economy, but for African immigrants, that money is not spent here like you think. Tippy said, I can't stand those individuals, because certain words, can't stand those individuals that say immigrants come here with nothing and get rich. How did they come here with nothing? Their plane ticket was free. Like they don't think about these things when they say it. Yo, Stefan, why is it that just focusing on, let me just highlight like I've been doing before, because nobody can ever seem to give me a straightforward question. Just like I'm going to answer your question with a question, right? Because you want to pivot, you want to move, and you want to specifically at this moment in time focus on Black American women, when at this moment it has nothing to do with Black American women, right? Why is it that when it deals with Jamaica and when it deals with Nigeria, the paternity rate, the paternity fraud is sky high? Why is it that a lot of Nigerian kids don't even know who their father is? Why is it that a lot of Jamaican kids don't know who their fathers are? Why is that? Why is the paternity fraud in those areas so great? Like I said, you can decide that you want to try to speak on at this moment in time Black American women, because you're trying to do this whole thing. Well, I'm going to sit up and show you how great they are, and da. Because I already see your comment earlier where you were sitting up there talking about some quote unquote black men want white women. Just say that that's you. And like I said, I don't even know if you're black or not, realistically, because you're talking a whole bunch of nothing. You got the most Caucanite name that I've ever seen in my life. just to be honest, just to be honest, I've only known one black dude in my life named Steven, and that was like, what was that back in like middle? I think that might have been like back in middle school. Like I said, that's a rarity. I don't know fields of black dudes named Steven. I do not. And I've been around a lot of Black American men and grown up. So again, like I said before, just saying, we don't know who you are, but you talking a whole bunch of stuff. But like I said before, I'm just gonna, answer a question, with a question, and seemingly, like I said before, people don't have anything to state specifically about that. Nobody wants to go over those topics. And now, oh, you're one of those. You watch Ben Shapiro. Now I get it. I get it. So the excuse is that, so your excuse for that, you're like, well, Jamaican men have multiple children with multiple mothers is definitely a cultural thing. So wait. Hold on, let me get this straight. Hold on. So you mean to tell me that the women are lying to decent guys about who the father is because the other Jamaican men are just randomly just jumping on all of these Jamaican women and just getting them pregnant multiple times? Like, are we on the same plane of, are we on the same planet? Are we just on the same, like, I think some steps were skipped. I think some steps were specifically skipped directly in this conversation, because something just ain't even adding up at this moment in time. I'm talking about paternity fraud. Talking about paternity fraud in both areas. Oh Lord. Dear sweet father, you said I identify as black. That don't mean nothing. I've never seen you. Don't nobody know you here. You said transracial. Yeah, like I said, you just trolling. Yeah. Literally, you can automatically tell. Like I said, I have more patience than a lot of my moderators. They've been here for a long time, so they've seen a lot of things, witnessed a lot of things, and like I said, I try to be nice. I'm trying to become a better person. I try to work on my temperament. My minds don't really got that patience, and I keep trying to tell people that. I'm like, you got one few times before somebody gets you into the shadow realm. You go. So that's 2 people today that we got directly into the shadow realm. If anybody else out of 153 people that are currently here listening and watching it, I see it, watching it to my voice, made a word, want to be stupid, jump directly in the comment section and say something stupid. Now, if you want to have a logical conversation, no problem with that. We are completely cool. If you want to get stupid, we can all get stupid. You're gonna be in the shadow realm. That's it. You know. You said Tom Gray said a generalization of any race is just prejudice. Okay, let me make this for 100. What did we got? 146 people. Let me just make this very clear. I, SEIJIHITO, am a prejudiced person. See how easy that it is. See how easy that is. But there's a difference between me having a prejudice against people versus people being racist. It's a complete difference. But like I said, it be like that. But as you can clearly see, I can be honest, and I've been honest in a multitude of live streams in a multitude of videos. And I stand 10 toes down directly on that. And I'm not going to shy away directly from that point. I have my reasons to feel the way exactly that I do because of the many attacks that have happened, both on American soil to Black Americans and from the outside world. So, like I said before, I'm going to feel the way that I feel because of history. And that just is what it is. Don't know what to sit up there and tell people. It be like that. Bushido said, "Hey, chat, whose man is this?" I don't know. I don't know. Sham said Jamaica is full of poverty. Much luck. Can't get more words right. Sham said Jamaica is full of poverty, much like the Black community is. Marriage rates go down when people can't afford marriages. Prime example: China marriage rates are dropping due to bride prices. Right? Jedi Sage, what is up? What is up? You said mere mortal. MF can't take the FBA pressure, so they flee. We say, we slay, we pray. FBA. It's a soundtrack now. Much love and respect. Hold on, let me just. I got you. I'm gonna have to just like slightly do a little tweaking. A little tweak directly to that, and I'm gonna post that directly up there. Like I said, I try to do it a variety of ways so y'all can still have y'all comments directly up there. So shout out to Jedi Sage for the $10 dono directly to the channel. Again, had to do a little slight edit, directly to it for YouTube purposes. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love. Goddess said, play with FBA if y'all want. That is bars. Sham said, so I really don't want to hear. It's a cultural thing when it comes to baby mamas. It's a poverty thing. If marriage was free in the States, you probably see it more often amongst the poor. I mean, that is true. That is true. Tania Jean Pierre. I'm making sure I'm trying to, do my repetition directly in my mind. I'm, trying to make sure I got it. And you said, and we agree, Seji. Much love, much love. Tom Gray said, you're right about that. I'm working on my prejudice. Hey, like I said, the only way I can work on it is when I don't have a reason to feel a certain type of way because of the things that are specifically taking place and, everything of the sort. Hey, it'd be like that. Shout out to Gail for putting the Cash App directly up there. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people who decide to donate directly to the channel. Again, I would not be able to do what it is that I do without people like you. Sham said, I feel that we can generalize white folks with all of the things that go on, all of the crimes, the stealing, destroying, etc. It's safe to say that their culture centers around greed and theft. Ronald Murphy said, it's why you don't go amongst them. I'm not even sure who you're even talking about. Who is that? Larvadan, S Larvadan. Hopefully I pronounced it right. If I butchered it, my apologies. But it's live stream. I don't want to mispronounce, but it'd be like that learning process, right? You said, I don't know. Wait. I don't know why they're mad. Or you said, I know they're mad that they woke up the bear. Okay, I got you. I know they're mad they woke up the bear. They have been going on for years, and now we're up. So what's up? That's bars, straight bars. Jedi said, sorry, bro. No, you good, you good. Like I said, I don't mind when, people having to, write. You can write how it is that you feel. I just have to, try to, edit it out and things of that nature. So that's what I'll just do from now on. Whenever it is that you guys just naturally write stuff. So, I'll just do it that way. When it deals with the donos and stuff of that nature. What is up, Pink? What is up? You technically didn't miss much. We had 2 trolls that got put directly into the shadow realm, and we only went over 2 videos out of the 9 or 10 that we got directly up here, dealing with the topic at hand. Right. So technically you didn't miss much. But what is up? What is up? Hey, what is up, Star Child? What is going on? So now let's go to the next video.
And want you dating a black girl, is that racist?
I mean, it kind of would.
You think so?
Yeah, but if it's real love, bro, it wouldn't matter. You feel me? Like,
what would your parents think? Have you
coming from a like a Hispanic, what I'm saying, a Mexican family, bro? I don't know why, bro. Like
they be tripping,
bro. They be tripping.
Do they be tripping on dating white people or just black people?
Bro, I'm gonna keep it so fucking.
Keep it 100, bro.
I'm gonna keep it 100%, bro. Honestly, bro, like they don't really trip on these white folks, bro.
Damn. Why they be tripping on the black folks then?
I don't know, bro, but all I'm saying is it got to change, bro. You know what I'm saying?
So why you think they be tripping on the black folks but not the white folks though?
I feel like it takes back in like history, bro. Like not necessarily like history, bro, but I feel like it takes back in like you know what I mean? Like back then, bro, cause blacks and Hispanics, you know damn well, bro, they didn't get along. You feel me? So I feel like honestly, bro,
well,
like,
whites and Hispanics, Mexicans didn't get along first.
Yeah, fool. But what I'm saying is like,
yeah, no, but I'm saying first whites and Hispanics didn't get along.
Yeah, but
Europeans colonized Mexico, not blacks.
And I understand that, bro. But what I'm saying is like, you gotta understand that, bro. Like,
so why aren't y'all mad at white folks? That's what I'm asking you.
Hey, I love black people, fool.
You know the one thing I respect, this I'm just gonna say Hispanic because I'm not. I think he is Mexican because this was a conversation. But this guy here, the one thing that I respect is that he was old school with how it is that he was talking. You didn't hear him try to like drop like the N-word, like, oh, I'm around black people, you know, they my friends. I'm about to sit up there and just like use this because I'm around another black guy. He used the classic word. This is what I was used to hearing Mexican dudes always say, like, yo, what up, fool? Like that fool right there, like, hey, fool. Like, you know, I'm used to that. Right? That's their lingo. I am cool directly with that. That is all you. No probably fool all day long. It's no problem. The moment of time that y'all start skipping past that and start trying to dibble and dabble, and now y'all want to start talking like black people, that's when we got a problem. Because as he highlighted from his own culture, is that they own people don't like us. They own people spaz out when their kids, right? When their adult children bring us directly home, or they notify their parents that they're dating us. And that goes for both black men and women. So again, this is why I like the internet, because when I have somebody of the actual space, of the actual culture, of the actual heritage saying something, I don't care what any other black person out there is sitting up there telling me, because this just like black Americans are the source, he is a part of his source. And he is specifically telling you how his people are culturally, how they automatically look at and deem black people. And like I said, this is just an honest conversation. Like I said, I respect honesty because everybody knows where it is that they fit. Everybody knows what role that they have. You know where to go. You know where not to go. You know how to proceed. You know how not to proceed. You know who to come into contact with. You know who not to come in contact with. So like I said, you know, it baffles me when you have a lot of other folks out here, they want to tempt fate, and then they want to turn around and come back to the black community and be like, yo, man, this setup didn't happen to me. This is wrong. I'm like, I don't know what you're crying to us for. You need to start crying to the people that really hurt you. Again, it wasn't us that did it. It wasn't the black community that did it. That was the people that you wanted to go out there and seek, and you wanted to sit up there and be with and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, this is why I used to always get baffled whenever I would run through videos online and I would see black people sitting up there, you know, feeling a certain type of way when the friends that they knew for so long, when they found out how they truly felt, or that they were saying certain things and whatnot or whatever, or that they wouldn't respect when it is that they told them like, yo, I don't like you saying that word around me. Like, I don't even like you saying it in general because you're not black. Like, stop doing it. And then they decided to still do it. So this is when I commonly tell people like, yo, when you put yourself in these places, in these positions to be disrespected, you purposefully did that. You decided to go against all of the knowledge, all of the information directly out there because you felt that you were different and you felt that they were different. And then you ended up learning a very truthful and hurtful lesson. So, like I said, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. A lot of people going to sit up there and find out the hard way. There's going to be a lot of black people. Gail said, I bet you Vanessa Bryant's parents didn't spend so. They probably did. It was just the fact that Kobe was rich. It was just like, what is shout out to RIP to Hulk Hogan, racist to a point. You know, Hulk Hogan stated when he was alive that he didn't want his daughter Brooke dating a black dude unless he was athletic with like millions of dollars. That's the only way that it would be okay. Right? Like I said, racist to a point. I gotta respect honesty. A lot of people have sat up there and told me, man, I ain't sitting up there respecting no racist, this, that, and that. I respect honesty. I know that Hulk Hogan is and was a racist. What more? What more do I need? Like I said, people need to sit up there and respect honesty. If somebody specifically tells you that they don't like you because of who it is that you are, or the color you see, respect that. That's it. It ain't no need to even sit up there and debate. You don't even need to go through with history. It's like, all right, cool, no problem. Let's go separate ways. Let's go separate ways. That's all we got to sit up there and do. You know, just saying. Just saying. Just gotta put that directly out there. But like I said, I love conversations. More conversations like this need to happen across the United States so people can get the stuff that's hidden directly out. Because like I said before, I have a problem where a lot of people want to play this go along to get along type of game where people want to try to make it seem like things like this just don't exist. That this is just something so long ago. We're in 2025. These things still exist. These things are still present. It's just that people are afraid to actually speak on what it is because I'm going to sit up there and get canceled. I'm going to lose my job. This. Stand on something. You can sit up there and stand on your religion. And you know that there's religious wars that have been had since before we were all born, during the time that we're here, and after we're gone. But yeah, you want to stand tall on that religion. You want to tell everybody that what your religion is, right? Proudly. You're not in fear of losing your job, not being able to go to school, pay your bills, and nothing like that. But magically, when it deals with how you feel about a person, when it deals with race, now you got people out here fearful. People don't want to speak their truth. People don't want to be honest. People want to fake it. Like I said, I don't respect fake news. I don't respect fake news. I don't. I just don't. I don't. Dear Lord. Dear Lord. But yeah. Anyways, Gail said, I bet you, yeah. Well, was it Dr. Spock? Shout out to any Trek fans directly out there. Much love, respect, and appreciation. You said what they still fail to realize is both black and white people consider them culturally irrelevant to American culture. Star Child said that's the logo that they also got from us, that West Coast Ebonics. Wheat said FBA made America accept black. Wait. I'm a little bit confused. FBA made America accept black. The Hispanics tried to be white and got rejected. Okay. I think I get what you're saying. Got you. Orange, what is up? You said the men love black American women. Wait. You said the men love black American women. I mean lust. Oh yeah. Okay, you're talking about groups of other men. I got you. Shout out to Jedi Sage. You said my brother, aka my ninja, keep doing your work for the cause. Much love, respect, and appreciation for another $10 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. From the bottom, what is up? What is up? You said they don't mess with us. I have nothing but respect for the hardworking Mexican community. This is one of the communities I wish we had nurtured somehow decades ago. This is what I gotta say. Everybody is able to nurture and take care of their own. It's not up for black Americans to really I guess you could say revitalize or ask something directly in to do this and that. That's just stuff that we just naturally do, but it's not specifically our objective, our plan, or anything that we should just go out there and seek doing. If people want to be nurtured or if people want to learn, then they know exactly where it is to go to sit up there and learn. And better yet, they don't even got to come to us. We have, there's a lot of information of which that they can use to better educate themselves directly on Black Americans, the heritage, the culture, the beliefs, the systems, and and everything of that sort. Wheat said, I like my racism straight up like my liquor. Bars. C Miles, what is up? What is up? What is up? Dr. Spock said, nurtured. They are taught in their motherland not to associate closely with blacks. Mother Earth Collective said, what black people need to know is they not like us and we need to stop mixing with these individuals. Star Child said the new Smurf movie was paying homage to Hulk Hogan, and I was pissed because they put that in the movie before he died. Don't let your kids watch the new Smurf movie. Dr. Spock said, listen to George Lopez. Oh, stand up. Oh, yeah. That's bars. We got Brandon B. World directly in there saying, be a man, Hulk Hogan. Best Macho Man Randy Savage song ever. Yo, I still on my old computer, I actually downloaded one of Macho Man's songs that he had on like his album whatnot. I had that boy on repeat. That was my guy, Macho Man Randy Savage. Jedi Sage religion is BS. Sorry, not sorry. Orange said this Mexican couple I tutored told me the biggest insult within their culture is, quote, you son of an Indian woman, darker Mexican. And darker Mexicans call uppity Mexicans the strawberry way. That's crazy. That's some new lingo right there. Never knew that. Tania Jean Pierre said, as someone with 5 decades behind me, I can tell you that none of these other races wanted anything to do with us, period. That's bars. From the bottom said, take a load off, and fair enough. Star Child said, a Mexican man tried to rob me a few weeks ago. I don't trust none of them, and he was very young. True Judah, what is up? What is up? What is up? True Judah said, what is up, as Seji? I'm live from work. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Happy that you made it the exact same way that you got home yesterday. You made it there back today for a very healthy, awesome work, productive work day. Hopefully people don't get on your nerves. Just, hopefully that just does not, happen. But again, much love, respect, and appreciation to everybody that is here. So let's go to the next video.
As a child, I don't know how they didn't know. It's impossible to not know that it's a celebration of Black American culture and Black American women, especially, okay? They had to know. It's just that they don't care. It's a lack of respect, right? It's a lack of respect. Now, we can go far back in time where back in the day there was respect for we worked together. We worked together like Caribbean Americans and Black Americans, right? In this magazine, Black American Men founded this, okay? And Black America has never ever shunned anyone in the diaspora. There was even white people working in Essence, okay, because that's business. And Susan Taylor was a Caribbean American. We love her. The thing about back then is that people knew the assignment. People knew the assignment. They respected each other. And when they worked inside Essence, they didn't try to divert the attention somewhere else or take it somewhere else or do something else, because they knew it's homegrown and it's out of Black America. It's completely out of Black America and for a purpose. It's a part of our culture, right? So there was never an issue until now. It's like people don't care. People do not care. Because it'd be real messed up, right? Because Black Americans, we have money. We have $1 trillion buying power. If we wanted to, we could go somewhere and just not care and buy up some stuff and change it. Okay? Because, I mean, that could happen. That could easily happen, right? But we just haven't done it. And then if there have been some people who went and purchased homes somewhere else or whatever, I've heard that online, like they're like, well, don't come here and purchase too much because you're going to increase the prices. You're going to change stuff for us. Okay. And a lot of Black Americans came online and understood. They were like, okay, yeah, because we need to not do that because we don't want to harm anybody else. But then, doggone, like now it's like, y'all don't want to respect New Orleans. You don't want to respect the New Orleans vendors. You don't want to respect Louisiana. You don't want to do any. You don't want to do any of it. You just, this is mine now, and we're gonna do it, and we still gonna have it in Louisiana too. We still gonna have it in New Orleans too. And what? And no, you can't be a vendor. Like what? Because there were people who were like, well, why am I not a vendor anymore? Because they've been going for decades. I don't understand. Like, I really don't understand. And just like you said, like when you go to Carnival, you go, what you said, I go to Carnival for Caribbean culture. Exactly. I thought that was understood. I thought that was understood. But apparently not. I guess the rules have changed or something for some people. I thought it was understood that Black American culture is here. This Essence Festival is Black American culture. And now the owners are trying to change it into something else. What? But just like you, it looks like you might be Jamaican or Jamaican American, right? If I want, look, I can go down the street, okay? If I want some Jamaican food, I know where to find it, okay? If I want some soul food, I know how to make it, okay? If I want some Ghanaian food, I know where to go get it, okay? That's what's special. That's what's special about us. That's just what's special about us. You don't try and go and encroach and then take and then say, hey, you know what? This is Jamaican. This is a whatever restaurant it is, a Liberian restaurant or a Kenyan restaurant or whatever. But guess what? Move over. What? Why? What? Move over. I just bought it. And instead of making the cuisine like that, you're going to make it like this. And I don't care what they think. You better care. Because the money is coming from here.
Yep.
The money is coming from here. And Black Americans love to boycott. We will boycott the heck out of a thing. Yes, we will. That's historic. We will boycott the heck out of a thing. When you say you don't care about, and then it's the people online making it worse. It's the argument online and saying little slick comments is making it worse, okay? Because he go to slick commenters out, making these little slick comments, and okay then, and that's all it takes. That's all it takes, right? Okay then. All right, cool. Now we know. Because that's just how Black Americans are. Like, okay then. Okay then is not, it's okay. Okay then is, all right, bet.
Yep. We'll see.
And trust me, that says a whole paragraph. Everybody knows what the flip that means. Everybody knows what the flip that means. Okay, bet. Just like with Target. Okay,
yep.
Bet. And guess what? You're still betting. And I used to love Target. I ain't been in Target. Target since. Okay? Don't plan on going. I'll go across town to get something before I wish I would. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm confused too. We ought to have lunch. I'm confused too.
And everything she said was 100% correct. And that was the main point. Is that it was just about respect. Black Americans have always had an open space and open area for other people to try to represent themselves and their people, to try to give people a little bit of room, because we understand what it's like to, not see yourself out there, especially when it deals with America. But too many people felt, though, that I was like, oh, you guys are being nice. No problem. We're going to take that niceness and we're just going to take over everything. We're gonna decide to take over everything. And we're like, oh, that's what you're doing? No problem. Got you. And now at this moment in time, the CEO of Essence, she is stepping down. Supposedly it's for health reasons or whatnot or whatever. Magically, these health reasons came up and are getting talked about during the point in time at which Black Americans like, yo, we're done with Essence. We're not messing with this no more. All this stuff. After all of this stuff comes out, now she's stepping down because of health reasons. All right. Whatever excuse people, want to make up, whatever excuse people got, at this moment in time. But like I told people before, they made and allowed her to be the face and also the fall guy for the whole situation. And it be like that. The moment in time that you decide to come over here to America, being from wherever it is that you came from, and you want to come directly into our space of which we allow you in, and you decide that you want to basically have a say so, you want to do this, you want to just basically swap it all out. Yeah, nah, we ain't gonna we can't groove with that. It ain't happening. And people gonna sit up there and learn the hard way. And then you got a lot of people online sitting up there talking about like, oh, it's so stupid for black people to sit up there and boycott other black people and da 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 and all this other. Like, dog, if you want to sit up there and do whatever it is that you're doing, that's cool. Go over there and do that. You want to still go to Essence, go over there and do that. You want to still go to whatnot, go over there and do that. Leave everybody else that's doing what it is that they doing, and they said they was gonna do it, leave them alone. That's all you got to sit up there and do. That's it. That's it. It's crazy. That's crazy. Tippy said, "I wish black people boycott those the Asians and the Arabs." I mean, you've had black people that have done it. I've covered videos directly of it. I've told black people like, "Yo, go out there and boycott a lot of this stuff, whatnot." Hey, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It's only so far that you can, in a sense, care or try to repeatedly say stuff, and then you learn and understand that I guess everybody else don't care. So it's like, waste of time. So you move on. you know, you gotta directly move on. Yo, what is up, D Money? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Trenton Carey said that the lady in the video is Jamaican. Well, everything that she stated made sense when it dealt with black Americans. That's the part that I'm focused on. That's the part that I'm fixated on. All of that made sense. I didn't hear disrespect or anything like that when it dealt with black Americans. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know all of her content, right? But like I said, what she said, it made sense. I highlighted a Haitian woman of which I've showed off her content, and she sat up there and said some sideways stuff about black Americans, but in a whole nother video, when she saw that her culture and everything was getting stolen and they were getting pushed out, then she was standing 10 toes. And then she was basically saying she sees and understands what black Americans are basically saying. And black Americans don't have a reason to, try to calm themselves down, to try to humble themselves and different things of that nature, because you know your culture, you know who it is that you are, and don't nobody got a right to sit up there and tell you otherwise. So like I said, I can agree to disagree with people. I've told people that for the longest time possible. I done showed a variety of different content up here, of which a lot of people like, yo, man, you don't need to sit up there and put this person directly on your platform. You know who that is? That's Ann Coulter and this, that, and the third. I'm like, yo, I have huge disagreements with Ann Coulter. I really do. And I understand what side of the bar she's directly on. But all I'm sitting up there saying is this one thing right here, I'm going to sit up there and use this. I'm going to sit up there and use it. I'm just saying. I'm not going to get overly emotional, in a sense where I'm just going to just stop listening to people. Miss Tania said, I don't shop with, wait, comment move. You said, I don't shop with none of them, boycott them all. I cook, hair natural, and only buying from my people, including the farm down the street. That is dope. Star Child said, it should be understood that the Africans are just added to the list. Gail said the CEO of Essence Festival and thought she ate, but got ate up. That is bars. Starchild said that she says she is half Black American. Ah, okay. Well, I guess we will see what happens later on during the days, the weeks, and the months, or a year from now, to see how her content will happen to shape or transform, and the things that she just may decide to say. At least at this point, for me running to this video, I didn't hear nothing negative. That's didn't hear nothing negative. But let's continue.
Thank you for this information right here. So let me give you the context from an American braider. And I know I'm not the only one. I'm just willing to talk about it now, because at one point I was absolutely shell-shocked. So they are calling Black Americans ghetto, lazy, ratchet, and akata, which basically means outsider or someone who is removed from their culture, basically. I heard it a lot when I was in college, actually, more than anything. But it was used more for folks that were born in this country, but their parents weren't. Anyway, whatever. So I've worked in several different types of shops. I've worked in a shop where all of the braiders were African. I've worked in a shop where I was the only braider. I worked in shops where there was a mixture of folks. And in every single one of the scenarios, I have learned something that is very interesting. Number one, shout out to those young ladies who were the first braiding shop that I worked at, where everyone was African except for me. So I just kept my mouth closed and pretended that I didn't, they used to tell me, you look like you are Fula. Fula. Okay, I'll take it. So I wouldn't say anything, number one, because I was still learning some of the different techniques that I know now. Like,
what's up, Mohoko? What is up, Zaire?
Interlock. Some of you all call it something else now. Just all the different types of styles that I learned, like 18 different types. Anyway, so I came in knowing how to do individuals and Senegalese twists that some people now call rope twists, and I learned how to apply them properly without the braid at the base and how to keep it in to the scalp, close to the scalp. Anyway, all of that, and it was a pretty reputable shop that I was at when I started. Well, anyway, I witnessed early on people wouldn't keep their appointments. None of the clients were African. They were all African American. They wouldn't keep their appointments. They would come in and be rude right off the rip. Like, I got stuff to do. You need to hurry up, or wanting unrealistic expectations. You got that much hair. And we know you don't have any edges, and we trying to tell you we can't grip that, or you're experiencing alopecia areata, and you want us to try to build something here that's already too heavy for the amount of hair that you do have, and you cussing us out, and you telling us what you want, and then when we do it, then you come back and you mad because everything we told you that was going to happen did happen, and then you're coming in with magazines and pictures on your phone that tell us exactly what you want. Well, in my day, it was magazines. They would come in with the magazine and they would say, this is what they wanted. We would tell them, what it would actually cost. And then they would argue you up and down about how much it's going to cost when your head is big as the side of the moon. and you want us to take 15 hours to braid your hair for $75.
Oh, that's
I
crazy.
ain't that damn desperate. And this was a common running theme of people coming in and being rude and being nasty to these women. And let me be clear, the women that I did meet, they didn't come to America to braid. They came to school to go to medical school. They came to school to do nursing and to have a profession. And they braided on the side so that they could have enough money to go to school, or so that they could have flexibility in their schedule. And when they were done, they would wash their hands of braiding. I learned a lot from sitting under these sisters from Africa, and some brothers as well. Some of their techniques and the rolling and the twisting and so forth of Senegalese twisting, how to do it properly and so forth. It was an amazing, amazing, amazing experience. No, I am not in any way saying that it is okay to call people out. But if this is what they are experiencing on a regular basis, I experienced it as a braider. And it was not fun, being called out your name and being told I'm not paying that. So we had to get to the point where we had to ask you for 50% up front. So number one, if you didn't show up, it was non-refundable. And number two, we had to raise our prices because, and here was the other thing. We would actually do a consultation because some people would come in, hair broke off, edges, don't have no, just all kind of damage and stuff. And then, if something were to happen to your head, then you're looking at us all sideways. So there were different things that we had to learn how to do to protect ourselves, including having you to, tell us what you were going to do and sign. If you wanted the work done, you had to sign a little piece of paper, and, then you were on your own, so that, the salon could protect themselves. Then when I went on and decided to get my own chair, I was braiding at my sister's shop, and the amount of people that saw that I was just this American woman that could braid hair, and I'm good, let's be clear, was, I can remember 150. I ain't paying no 150 for that. I got this, what I got right here. So that was one of the biggest reasons why I left, outside of my hands and so forth were really starting to bother me, because after a while you get in a habit and my pinky would kind of hang out, and I would go in town. I would go in, just doing the da 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 da, and then when you're done, they're walking out with a full, beautiful head of hair, and I got $100 for 18 hours worth of work.
Ooh,
No,
crazy.
I did that maybe once or twice because I needed a bill to be paid, and it was always cash on hand. And so I said, that's the last time that I'm going to do that. And I will be honest with you, I have never braided a head and never felt like my work was garbage, even when I was braiding as a teenager. I immediately found myself braiding under the tutelage of some greats, and taking additional courses so that I could learn how to do it better. And then I realized that was not what I wanted to do. So I started doing what the the African girls did. I made a decision to go back to school because there was no way I was going to continue to make that a long-term opportunity for myself. And they all said it. Oh no, we come here so that we can go to school. We don't come here, or my husband, and he's moved here in the career and I need something to do. And I'm not planning on doing this for the rest of my life. This is just something for me to hold over until X, Y, and Z. And so I learned, and then they explained how braiding is done in their country. They said we didn't know until we got here. Now, mind you, this was in the early 90s, early 90s. They were like, we don't do this. We don't even know what a master braider is. We don't know what that is. You make that up in this country. It was so funny. It was so funny back then, But now they would say, you American girls, you cannot braid. Oh my gosh, such good times. But I learned a lot. And this American girl can. The only thing I would do right now is teach. You couldn't get me to braid a full head of hair unless, of course, I birthed you or you my grandchild. I would, no. Or if I was in dire straits and I just had to braid a head full of hair, I could do it. But to just be doing it to make something, no. Because I need my peace of mind. And the level of abuse that I saw from my American sisters, I could do without that. I could do without it. So we have to kind of look at both things. I am not overlooking the fact that there are folks from Africa who think that they're better. I just think we need to look a little bit deeper and find out what's really going on and hold ourselves accountable to treating people who are providing a service to us much better than we do. That's just it. That's why I walked away. I was like, oh, hell no. You're not taking me down through there. But thank you so much for the clarification on what this is all about. I appreciate that.
See, one thing I love a lot is, and I've stated this before, is that when you can hear older women speak on what it is that they've seen and go through, and it's not, full of a lot of emotion, because you didn't hear her, in a sense, going through emotion. Everything was just sound, right? It was there, right? She was flowing, through the memories and everything of that nature, but it wasn't like an emotional, type of thing. And then within that, you heard her basically state that, I was around these people, I learned a variety of things, but being directly on the other side, I got the chance to sit up there and see just a little bit of, some of the things that people happen to talk about. Like I said, born and raised Black American, been directly, if at any moment in time you have been a young Black boy here in America at a certain moment in time, now I'm not saying this is every, young Black boy's experience, but at a certain moment in time, you may have been in a braiding shop. And I have been there for, like that 10 or 11 hours when it dealt with, my aunt, my grandmother, or my mom getting zillions, or I guess you can call them micros, whatever it is that they basically would call them now. And that would take a long time, for that to get done. But when they were done, it's like, yo, it was like, wow. It was like the work was phenomenal. There was not a hair out of place. Not a hair out of place. Everything was neat. Everything was tidy. Everything was directly, in place. And even thinking back, I remember hearing times where, just like she stated, you would have women coming directly into the shop, rushing. They would have an attitude. They would have the unrealistic expectations, and they would want to be argumentative and things of that nature. But it's like you already knew what it was before you got here, right? You made an appointment. They're on time. They're waiting for you, but you're coming in and you want to rah rah rah, and then you want to argue about the price and all this. It's like, bruh, it's like, what are you doing? It's like you're in the wrong, but you can't even admit that you're wrong. It's crazy. Like I said, I understand what it is that she's talking about, because I've been in braiding shops before, and I'm not just sitting there, because again, the women in my family were getting their hair braided or done or whatnot, and I've seen it. Like I said, it's crazy. It is you know it is a very crazy thing to sit up there and see. And we do make it to a point in time where a lot of people don't want to be honest about how it is that they happen to do or portray themselves directly out there. It be like that, because again, like I said before, a lot of people don't like to admit that they're wrong when it is that they are wrong. They want to point the finger directly at other people, which again makes no sense. Again, if you put down the money, you make the appointment yourself, and the specific, you're supposed to be there at 9 a.m. and you decide to, be there at like 9:50 or 10. And you want to tell people like, I had to drop off my kids, stuff came up. That's a personal problem. That don't got nothing to do with the braiders. That don't have nothing to do with the braiders. You are now you are now behind schedule, and they are now behind schedule, because there are other people that have blocked in time of which they paid for. And now they have to go over that person's time and push them more to the side and later during the day, because you decided that you couldn't handle your priorities. Like I said, it'd be crazy out here, man. It'd be crazy. Star Child said, so she missed the videos of Africans mistreating their customers. I don't think she missed any of those videos. She was more so speaking from the aspect of being a braider herself, and being there in those shops and witnessing how the women coming into the shops, the patrons, would treat and talk specifically to those people. Again, again, including myself, I'm not sitting up there saying that doesn't happen. I've shown off those videos before. I've showed off at least like 2 or 3 of those videos before, maybe even 4. Nobody's saying that didn't happen. But again, we have to sit up there and also highlight the fact that you do have people that be out here acting crazy. Like I said, I've seen this as a young boy. I've seen this. So, just saying, just saying. From the bottom said, it's all by computer. Even the price is locked in with the down payment required to get a scheduled appointment. So now we're going to go to the next video.
Proposing to tillers.
So so let me just prepare people here, right? And let me just paraphrase this here, because I don't want people thinking like, oh, here we go again. This is a hit piece. You're just trying to da 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 da. I'm not trying to hear the whining and crying. I ain't even trying to do it. I'm not even trying to do it. It ain't a hit piece. I didn't even want to do this, because originally this was the first video that I came into contact with online. And this was brought by way of a Black woman who is a content creator, right? So again, I didn't even want to cover this topic no more. I thought we were all done after I made the long compilation video for about 6 to 9 minutes or whatever it is of, women going crazy over Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. I thought I was done. I wanted it to be done. I didn't want to touch the subject anymore, up until, as Brandy World will say, here comes a new challenger. And that's clearly where we are at this moment in time, because somehow, some way, when it deals with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting married, black men have been blamed for that transpiring and happening, and I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to quantify. I'm trying to look through any universe in the world on how it is that I, as a black man, I, as a black American male, am being blamed for why it is that Travis Kelce is no longer with a quote unquote black woman, but he is engaged in getting married to a woman that looks like his mother of his own community. I'm a little bit confused. I don't know how this happened, but hopefully somebody else can help me understand how we got here. So let's just take a listen.
Swift is a prime example of how Black women are constantly overlooked when it comes to commitment, longevity, proposals, weddings, and these men choosing us. Prior to Taylor Swift, Kelce dated Kayla, who was a Black woman, for over 6 years. And that wasn't enough time for him to realize he wanted to be with her, to build a legacy, to propose, to commit. But 2 years was enough. Now, somebody might argue me and say, well, maybe Taylor Swift was more his type. Maybe that may be true. But how is a girl not your type if you're with her for 6 years? If you ever been to a college graduation and you see the graduates, have you ever seen the young white women and how they have their rings already? 23, 24-year-old women already proposed to because there's a plan. They have a plan in life that they know that they have to get married, start family, start legacy, and build up from there. When it comes to Black women, they just want to make us baby mamas and leave us, and they just want to never commit fully and not treat us the same as far as being chosen like other races. And the fact that women are really not in control of proposing, we're waiting for these men to give us what we deserve, but it just never comes. Therefore, we then have to leave. Therefore, that we create a broken family, a broken household, and it continues and continues until Black men start choosing us like other races choose their people, their women. Until Black men start choosing us, the narrative is never going to stop. The broken family dynamic is never going to stop. Or,
brother, what?
Black women have to be chosen by other men, and that's not always a given either.
But didn't we just didn't we just find out that Travis Kelce was no longer with that black girl? And then you were like, we just got to get chosen by other men. Did that not just work out? Did we not just see that in 4K? Somebody, and again, like I said before, this is not a hit piece on Black women. It is not, because I feel like I have to paraphrase or put that warning sign directly up there, because people specifically think, oh, SEIJIHITO hates Black women. Nah, I hate when people do shit like this. Like, I don't have any control of what a white man perceives to be attractive and not attractive, what he wants to get married to and not get married to. Like, how in the blue hell did we get to the point of you talking about a interracial relationship to it now being an internal one, meaning a white man with a white woman, to now it's like it's Black men's fault, and the Black men are the reason that y'all not getting. I don't like, dog. Somebody help me. Somebody help me, because I promise you, the moment in time that I put these clips together and I put this in short form content, I know some of the comments that I'm going to receive that normally showcase and happen. And I'm just trying to figure out, because a lot of times when I showcase these videos, I notice a lot of times people skip over the fact that when it deals with these conversations, somehow, some way, Black men are pinned and they get blamed for something that they had nothing to even deal with. Because she wanted to bring up the fact of, when it deals with Black women, men out here just be dating with them and playing with them and leaving for baby mamas. Specifically, you were just only highlighting Black men. You just didn't want to say it at that moment in time, right? Because you were still leaving off of the field dealing with Travis Kelce, because you're still trying to form some type of way to cope. But then after that, you'll be like, yeah, these Black men out here. I'm like, what are we doing? How? Like, the dude set up that he played around with quite a bit of Black women because those Black women allowed it. It has nothing to do with Black men. It has zero to do with Black men. I as a Black man, I don't have control, like, of this woman talking. She has another video of which I'm going to highlight. I don't have control over how it is that Black women talk. Black women are autonomous. I don't have ownership of black women at all. So I can't control anything of which black women do. So again, I'm just trying to figure out, if I can't control, then how am I at fault for something that I have zero control over? How am I to blame? I don't even understand. I don't even understand. But let's continue.
In the 2 years that Travis Kelce dated Taylor Swift, I bet you the pressure was on. I bet you there was people in his ear saying, what are y'all doing? What are we doing, Travis? Like, you've been with her for 2 years. It's Taylor Swift. You guys, have all these fans and, the family loves her. And like, come on, what are we doing? Are you going to propose? What's going on? I bet you that pressure was on him. And the pressure when he was dating Kayla was non-existent. Why? Because Black girls are just fun. Like y'all look so good together. She's so much fun. She dresses you. You look so cool. The way he dressed is so different than the way he dressed with Kayla is so different than the way he dresses now. The way his hair was cut was with Kayla is different now. So I feel like when you're dating a Black woman, it's to be cool. It's to look cool. It's to have fun. But there's no pressure. There's no pressure for commitment. There's no pressure for a wedding proposal. Nobody's in his ear about that. But when it comes to legacy, when it comes to starting a family, when it comes to we want to have some babies, and you get with the right person, what are we waiting on? And I think that's exactly what happened. And congratulations to them. I'm very happy, but it's just a obvious thing that Black women have to go through. Y'all not gonna like this, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
My bad. We have
Why
three
are
videos.
so many Black women not getting married at the same rate as other women? Well, here's the truth. Other cultures raise their sons to think of marriage as a goal. They go to college, they graduate. The plan is marriage, house, family. They have a plan. But in our community, a lot of Black men are not raised with that same blueprint. Instead of preparing to build, too many men are out here creating broken homes, too many baby mamas, too many families that don't have a dad in the house. Quick to have a baby and leave the mom, have a baby mom, but slow and drag their feet to real commitment in marriage. Black women deserve love too. Black women deserve the fairy tale, the American dream. We want that too. We want someone to get down on one knee and love us and propose to us. And we want the marriage and we want the family. It's just too many Black women out here trying to live up to this stigma that we're strong Black women and we can make it and we can get through. No, I'm not. I'm actually weak. I'm weak and I need help. And I need somebody to love me and say, that's my wife. This is my family. This is what I'm supposed to do as a man, is to take care of her, my family, help her. Like, we really got to stop with the strong Black women. I don't want to be strong no more. I'm not.
What do people normally call that? Don't people normally call it like the 3 stages of grief? Like people, go through these different stages in order to like cope and to go through the motions and the feelings and different things of that nature. I'm looking at that, and that's what it appears to be. That whatever fairy tale, like she said before, she wants the fairy tale of love, but that fairy tale didn't work out with Travis Kelce. But the other thing that she doesn't want to list is that the Black girl that Travis Kelce was with, and and it's amazing to me, out of all of the people just basically crashing out about this online, they don't list the fact that what was the girl named Kayla, whatever it was. Travis Kelce was giving her like an allowance. She was getting like 3,700 like monthly allowance or something like that, or weekly or whatever it was. She was getting paid money while being with him. I don't even know what her actual job is. I don't even know what she does for a living. It's almost like Kim Kardashian back in the day. Nobody knew that she was a hairdresser for the celebrities. Nobody knew that. Nobody knew that she was like packing bags for Paris Hilton and all this other. Nobody knew a lot of that stuff, right? Nobody knew exactly what it was that she does. They just knew that she was Kim Kardashian. I didn't know who that Black girl was up until she pulled up with Travis Kelce. I didn't know who. I didn't know. I didn't know. But like I said before, she was getting paid while being with him, $3,700 or whatever it was, and she said that wasn't enough. Huh? Just say, as a lot of people will always normally like to say about dudes, if you're broke, just say that you're broke. If a guy is giving you, in a sense, a monthly allowance of like $3,000 out of his own pocket, You ain't even like working for it or nothing like that. He's just like, yo, let me cut you off this real quick. You mean to tell me that that's not enough for you? That you just blowing through that? Like, what are you doing? Huh? I'm pretty sure that she could have been just like sleeping or living at Travis Kelce's like mansion or house or whatever. Like, what were you doing where you needed more than 3K? If you needed more than 3K from that man, you need to get a job. You need to get a career. You need to get an education. That's bum type of behavior. And then she was the same person online sitting up there stating that, do I look like a 50-50 type of girl? Woo! Jokes write themselves. And this is why she's single and not married. And Travis Kelce is with a woman that is a billionaire. Well, you know, people put themselves into certain predicaments, into certain situations. It be like that. It be like that. It 100% be like that. But now we're going to go to a again, like I said, this is a little bit of a compilation. It's going to be a short one, but it's a little bit of a compilation. Then we got some other videos directly after that. So let's take a listen.
Travis Kelce's PR managers allegedly claimed that they basically wanted to turn him into a household name, into a billionaire. And so both of those PR managers allegedly are black men. So you have black men to thank for the fact that he had to break up with his black girlfriend. You have black men to thank because they pushed and perpetuated this narrative that you cannot advance in life and reach the next level if you have a black woman on your arm.
Brother.
You have two black men to thank for the fact that his ex-girlfriend had to accept probably one of the harshest truths there is, and that is a white man will always go back to his racist roots. Whether it's for a check, whether it's for fame, which he already had both, it's so easy to convince him to go back to his racist roots. So much that he sat back and said and did nothing when his fans and Taylor Swift fans were so racist and vile towards her. And I want y'all to remember that it's two black men who caused her that pain.
What?
I need y'all to keep that in mind. It's two black men who encouraged Travis Kelce to put a black woman through such unimaginable pain. Having to accept that the man she thought she knew never existed. He was always racist. It's not hard to radicalize white people and turn them into racists.
What?
Even if all you're offering them are the things that they already had. Like money and fame.
So let me just highlight this. This woman sat up here on the internet, directly in the room, and was like, this is a good idea. Yes, two black men are at fault for the reason that Travis Kelce is no longer with a black woman. Two black men are the ones that radicalized a white man and turned him into a racist. And he's racist because he's with Taylor Swift. What, brother? Oh my god! Oh my god! I've never in my life. Oh shit! Oh brother, I never. So wait a minute, let me get this straight. So when Travis Kelce was with, so hold on. So when Travis Kelce was with a black woman, he wasn't racist. So when Travis Kelce gets with a white woman that's reflective of the white community and his mom, the women of his family, he's now a racist. And what led to that racism of Travis Kelce is two black men. Oh, brother. Oh man. Yo. Oh, I gotta reapply some deodorant. I'm sweating that out right now. This is just yo. What? Yo, out of all the videos I done brought to y'all, where people have said some of the most nonsensical nonsense, this woman right here. When I make sure to put this video up today, I'm gonna make sure that I put her first. Because what she said was just so unbelievable that I like in my mind, I'm like, this has to be nobody could be this stupid. Like, this would have to be AI. Like, I know that we got Grok, we got Chat GPT, Windows got AI, everybody. This has to, nobody could really be this stupid to try to say that black men turned a white man racist and made him basically. I can't even frame it in such a way that it even makes sense when it comes directly out of my mind. Like this is so incredible. At this moment, like I ah brother. Brother, 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 brother. So, Sham was like, the math ain't math and it is not. Let me tell you. Gail was like, I literally can't repeat the words that she just yeah. And this like and this is why, just like when it deals with like all of the stuff going out there, the diaspora wars, this is why I have to bring and talk about this stuff, because we don't need stuff like this. Like this, like none of what she said made any type of sense. Black men radicalizing a white man. What are we even doing here? So now, so what's going to be the next narrative? That white supremacy exists because black men created it? Is that what we're going to? Because I feel like that's going to be the next jump off point for this woman here, because she's right there. She's just right there. All she just needs is another video. That's all she needs is another video. Lord, I don't even know who this woman is. Like that her video was just, oh man, some random work out here. But we have more. I hate to say it. We got more.
Like money and fame.
Because I don't know what's happening in the community of black men right now on TikTok, but they are coming for your girl, because I made a comment on a Kayla Nicole, Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend, one of her videos that said, does it look like I go 50-50 on bills? And I just commented, I just said, hey, this is her preference. This is a standard for her and her relationship. And a provider won't require you to go 50-50. If a man is a 100% provider for his family, for his girlfriend, for his whatever wife, he's not going to require you to go 50-50. That's all I said. That's all I said. Here, these men, and I've checked all the comments and like the profiles, and you know, it's 60, 70 comments of these black men just saying, that's why y'all don't get married, and that's why nobody wants to do anything with y'all, and y'all are going 100% right now because you don't want to go 50-50 with your man. Like, your man could be trying to, blah, blah, blah. It's not that anybody is saying that a man isn't trying. Like, here's the thing. That is your preference. Within my relationships, within my life, my standards, if a man is with me, he is a provider. If I'm with a man, he's a provider. He is someone that doesn't need me, and I am someone that doesn't need him, but we come together and he's like, you know what? I've got this. And a provider, when they're saying they pay the bills, they're talking about the household bills, right? They're talking about the mortgage, the utilities, the insurance, all the things that connect to the home, right? I'm paying groceries, probably the cell phone, anything for the kids, anything for his kids, anything for the house, toiletries, whatever. But we have an understanding because 95% of the time I'm probably taking care of more of the household chores as well. So if he can take all these bigger bills off of my plate, why not? But y'all don't y'all don't respond because you have actively listened and you have actively like formed your own opinion. You respond because you're defensive. And I don't like that. And black men going against black women, that's crazy in itself. But it's time to do some self-reflection because no one is ever ganging up on you. And I feel like that's what you think all the time. There's a butterfly, and it's probably my grandma. Bye.
Here's the thing. People got disrespectful as hell in that post.
Wait a minute. The one thing I did notice out of all of the talk that she had for black men is that she specifically stated her relationship. She didn't say who she was in relationships with or who she dated, but she specified what it is that she expects and what it is that she wants. Nowhere in there did she state that she is married or anything of that nature, but she said that a guy who is with her that is a provider takes care of all the bills. So the guy that you're with, that you're not married to or engaged to, every single time that you date a guy, he's a provider. So he's paying for your mortgage, he's paying for your insurance, he's paying for the car, he's doing all of the heavy work. So he's doing husband things without even being a husband. I'm a little bit baffled and confused by that because I thought the whole main thing of a woman finding a provider is that that guy is going to be the husband, not having a multitude of guys that are providers and you're just out here just taking money from a variety of sources and pretty much nothing is coming from anything at all. That just seems like free living to me. I mean, like I said, game is game. I'm not mad directly at it. Hey, however people got to get it is however people got to get it. But it's a little bit disingenuous to, try to aim it directly at black men to say that they are basically the problem when you yourself are stating that you are dating multiple guys, or when you have had dated multiple guys, that all of them are basically providers, but yet none of them provided you a ring. None of them provided you a specific lifestyle of which that you were no longer single, that you didn't have to worry about this, that, and the third, or any of these other. Like I said, it's a little bit crazy to me. A little bit crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me, but I don't know. But whatever, it'd be like that.
It's about Taylor and Travis. Okay, fine. But they were also being very real about it too, because one person, racist as she was, said that basically Travis was playing around when he was with Kayla, and then when he decided he wanted to settle down, he switched up to Taylor, which is true. And it's what a lot of white guys do. Sorry, I'm not just generalizing y'all, but sorry, this is my experience as a black girl. We're fine to play with.
One question. All right, so shout out to Not Today. You said, why add to what the lady said? Question mark. Stop being insecure and run your relationship in whatever way works for you. Simple. So let me see. I'm in the space of doing commentary, point of view, right? Opinions. I'm a content creator. That's in a sense what gives me the license, I guess you could say, to basically add in or to dissect or have a conversation around what it is that is being said. The craziest part is that I'm not sure when you might have come directly into the live stream, but if you rewind it a little bit back, a lot of the conversations are basically revolved around black men and blaming black men one way or another for specifically something. And a lot of the instances, at least when it deals with Travis Kelce, when it deals with Taylor Swift, black men have no bearings on that. We don't have nothing to do with that. We did not force a white man to go get married to a white woman. So again, this is why I tell a lot of people before, when I do these videos, when it's solo and I get comments like this, magically people don't see or they skip over what initially was the reason for me to bring up these videos and why it's like a compilation, or why it's even specifically together and formatted the way that it is formatted. People skip over that and they just be like, okay, well, you're insecure, you're this, you're that. I'm not even sure where specifically it even came from. I'm not even. I got my hands up right now. I got my hands up right now. I'm not even sure what even took place right now, but I guess so, right? I guess you got it, Coach. right? So I'll leave that up there. I'll leave your comment up there while we finish watching the rest of these videos here.
Fine to sow your wild oats with, but then once you get ready to be an adult, once you get ready to move on and be a man of stature and be a man out here in the world, y'all throw us to the back burner. That's how a lot of white men have done. That's just been my experience that I have seen. Now, some of the white men I've been with, well, not been with in the biblical sense, but some of the white men that I have been entangled with, I don't think for sure they would have done that to me, but I don't know. I didn't give them a chance to. So I don't know. It's just my personal opinion.
This Travis Kelce conversation really got us in a chokehold. Go to Twitter, aka X now. Baby, y'all up in arms because he dropped that beautiful black woman for Taylor Swift. Hear me. Did we forget Travis is a white man? With a white mama? You know how happy they whole family about to be, bro? Let them eat, bro. Yeah, we gonna be up in arms because we're gonna be like, bro, we thought you liked chocolate. Now we find out you like everything. Because us, as a whole, we all like black men. So when you get with a white woman, my bad, ADHD be popping up. Point is, let him have his life. Black women, we got, look at our resume. We're good. I don't want to see us talk about why he switching. Because he can. Let that man switch. We're not going to even talk about the style switch up because I think that's what really got us in arms. We're like, how you switch from swag to Jim Carrey off of Me, Myself, and Irene?
When black women date outside their race, we don't say nothing. We don't sit here and try to compare races, bodies.
A couple weeks ago, I talked about the way black men like to align.
So I want people to pay very close attention. And again, I'm going to leave the lady's comment directly up there as this video plays. And I want people to pay very close attention to how it goes from a normal conversation and then it just dives directly off of a cliff into some other type of stuff.
Themselves with white women to punch down on black women. And black women immediately knew what I was talking about. And although, of course, some black men got it, far too many pushed back, refused to engage, called me anything but a child of God, and just went on to gaslight black women even further. And just 13 days later, a black man gets on this platform to try to gaslight black women from here to hell. Because we know not only are black women picked apart for their appearance, but they're also threatened with actual violence online and in real life. And none of that is happening with this Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce situation. And by the way, most of the accounts that are making fun of Taylor Swift's body are run by men. I say this with love in my heart. It is terrifying to watch folks go after black women to try to retain a storyline that enables you to cause black women harm, and I'm afraid.
So I'm just trying to figure out how did we now I want to know she was being very specific, right? When she was talking about the harm and how black women are specifically looked at. She didn't want to specify who the accounts were that were making fun of Taylor Swift. Right? Those were more than likely white guys. Black dudes ain't really over there. I can't list you any like a straight black dude that's over there just on anything Taylor Swift and just sitting up there writing I can't sit up there and give you one. And then magically it went to this whole other area where now we're talking about violence. Usually 9 times out of 10, whenever conversations like this are being framed in this type of way, there's only one demographic of men that people always go directly to and say that, oh, you guys are the reason for 100% of all of this happening, all this other type of stuff. So again, we went directly from comments to now some type of violence. And again, going right back to the guy who was originally here, right? Let me see. Well, you can't see because of the what's the name is in a way. But the part that she clipped or that she decided to cut, I didn't get a sense or hear anything that he was okaying or advocating for or pushing violence towards black women online. I didn't get the sense of that. But yet she used his video as a jump off point to, in a sense, get all of this directly out there. That's crazy to me. Because if you wanted to say that this guy, this content creator who made a video was in a sense trying to enable or push violence towards black women online, then you should have referenced specifically what it is that he was talking about, but yet she didn't. Again, like I said, it's very problematic when people want to bring up issues that don't even have anything to do specifically about the person that was speaking first, or even about the topic at all. But like I said, I just try to display certain types of things that I find to be problematic, and I try to highlight those things. That's the only thing that I try to do. Try to do. So now, oh, don't worry. We're going to take a quick break from this. I got something directly up there for the white women too. I got you, no problem. Let's look at this.
And I took a picture of this lady's behind.
You took a picture of my behind.
Yes, I did.
Yes,
Absolutely.
You did. And what are you gonna do with that picture?
I'm not sure. Maybe later on I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. You're going on TikTok.
That's cool.
All right.
Hi
You're
TikTok.
fucking creepy.
Hi TikTok. Oh, I'm creepy because I like beautiful women.
Yeah.
Call me
You're
creepy.
fucking creepy. Don't take pictures of women. You're
Don't take
fucking
pictures of
creepy.
women? What do you want me to take pictures of?
You are the problem in this
I'm
world.
a problem?
Yeah, you're a huge
Because I like
problem.
beautiful women?
Yeah.
If that's
It's
a problem,
my body.
listen,
You're not allowed to take a picture
I'm not
of it.
touching your body.
All right.
You're not.
All right. I'll see you on TikTok.
All right. Goodbye.
Right. So that was a Caucasian woman that was specifically stating that this guy, right, took a picture directly of either her or another woman, and she caught it, and she went up there and filmed it. And he specifically looked directly into the camera and at her, didn't run from the situation. He was like, "Yeah, I took a picture. This is my name. Hi, TikTok." I need an explanation from any white woman directly out there. Explain this directly to me, how this even transpires and takes place directly within your community. Because the one thing I want to make sure to highlight is because a lot of people would always normally tell me, well, like, yo, Seji, well, every other group of men they're out here protecting their women. What are black men doing? And what I like to showcase are different areas of which that those quote unquote men that everybody says is protecting the women of their community, I'm showing the lack thereof. This is clearly a man that is of that community. And instead of him being a protector, he's being the reverse. And he admitted to everything that was stated verbatim. He even repeated it. He was like, yes, I did take that picture. And I'll probably figure out something to do with that picture later. So what? You're offended because I love beautiful women? He said all of that. So again, whenever it is that I happen to hear people, always like, yo, Seji, so why, like, everybody else is out here protecting women. Where is this woman's protection? She's obviously in a convenience store, 7-Eleven, or whatever. Where are the men of that community to sit up there and protect that woman? Where are they to sit up there and pull up to the scene to make that dude delete that photo and to let him know that it's not right to sit up there and do that? I don't see it. I don't see it at all. And this video is about, how long is it? That's a 38-minute long video. That's a convenience store. People walk in and out of those stores every single day. It's like a 7-Eleven consistent rotation. So you mean to tell me at no point in time, even the person behind the counter, who more than likely might be a man, you mean to tell me nothing? Nobody's saying nothing. And then on top of that, I'm not even sure of the age of the person that is recording. That's the other thing as well too. So again, there's a lot of questions here. There's a lot of questions. But the one thing I can sit up there and tell you for a fact that there is no man anywhere in this video to protect that female from that guy that you see directly on that screen. So for anybody that always wants to sit up there and say that black men don't do this, you got a lot of men out here that ain't doing something. It's just seemingly that everybody wants to blame and fixate and focus directly on black men while body blocking and protecting all of these other men of communities of which they are not a part of, that they can't even see into. So like I said, Just putting that directly out there. Just got to put that directly out there. Just, got to put that out there. Anyways, we're going to go to the next video. Wait, what was this one?
Roberts.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to say that one for last. Okay. Now, what was this one? Okay, we did that one. So let me take that video down. The other one we'll save for last. Now we're going to go into a little bit of a rant. And this is a younger woman. She's in her 20s. You'll be able to hear by the way that she speaks and, everything of the sort. Like I said, when it comes to conversations, a lot of people like to say that they don't want to be put or placed directly in boxes. But the way that I'm perceiving or looking at or understanding some of these things online when people are talking, there should be certain places designated for certain conversations, right? So that we don't have to worry about generalizations, right? So if conversations happen upon when people want to specifically talk about Black men, hey, let's put this in a specific. I know it's unrealistic, but I'm just saying, right? Just hear me out. This is just me just openly just thinking what's there, right? Things should be specifically placed. There's a lot of young women directly out here that want to talk about men, but they've only had contact with men of their demographic, men of their area, men of their age range, men of their generation, because they ain't been here long enough, right? So to try to landscape it and basically say that all men or all Black men, it's like you only know your age range, right? Which is probably like within like a 10-year like span, like that's pretty much as far as you can go. You don't really know dudes in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, right? The exact same thing as you start to go up in age, right? And then the same thing on the other side. If Black women have an issue or a problem they want to sit up there and state about Black men, it should be specifically placed in a certain type of box so that the landscape is in a sense cleared, or things are situated in a way of which whatever problems and issues that people have can be specifically filed away and then looked at and talked about and then placed back into that file cabinet. Right now, in my mind, that's the way that I would love things to work, but I know that that's not realistically in reality how things will actually go. Right. So let's just take a listen to this young woman and what it is that she has to state.
I gotta make this TikTok. I'm gonna get this off my chest. I'm not trying to put down Black men as I say this, but some of them I'm just concerned. I'm just very concerned, and I need to get this off my chest. I just don't like how a lot of Black men are very way behind in a lot of things, because I just feel like it's really not fair for a lot of us Black women, because look, Black women are like the most educated women in the country. We're literally doing our shit. But when it comes to us wanting to date, we don't have there's no middle ground. There's no in between when it comes to dating Black men. It's either they got it or they don't got it. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm not trying to put them down, but it's to the point where I'm fucking concerned.
So let me just pause it right there. This is something that I just learned about not too long ago. That when it deals with highly educated Black people directly out here, they have their own in certain spaces of which they go to, and they happen to not party, but it's just a casual gathering of which people come there who are of a certain type of education, and they mix and mingle. It's almost like a mixer, right? But yet people are there to date, to make connections and things of that sort. So there are a variety of levels. So for her, she's specifically dealing with a certain level, a certain caliber of men, of which that she can only see, right? She can only see below, or she can only see directly at her eye level. She's not able to see over that because she hasn't made it there yet. She doesn't even know that it even exists. It's almost like Themyscira, right? Where the island is pretty much invisible to the rest of mankind. Nobody actually knows that the island exists. It's basically dealing with Wonder Woman and all that type of stuff. But again, there are specific areas of which that people of certain calibers will go in order to make connections, in order to get dates in order to just do whatever, right? So I just wanted to put that directly out there. Let's keep going.
Nigga, you older than me. I'm 25. I never said that you gotta have your whole life all together. But there's some things that I'm just like, why aren't you fucking grasping it? Why are you not getting it? And I'm not trying to be that woman, but I literally get the ick. I don't like it when I have to help a man, like literally help them figure their life out. I did not have nobody help me figure my life out. So it's just like me having to like do that for a man literally leaves a bad taste in my mouth, because it's like, I already did all this shit for myself, so why can't you figure that out for yourself? Not saying I'm not going to support you, but I can't hold your hand. And this is where I'm like, are the moms literally like coddling them, like enabling a lot of things? Because there's just certain things there's no way that you don't understand or you don't grasp it, or a lot of y'all just keep making the same mistakes over and over again. Like, don't y'all know the definition of insanity? That's literally what it is. And it's to a point sometimes where I'm like, you gonna keep doing the same fucking shit, and I just cannot like give you grace for it. I can't feel bad for you. Like, a lot of just irresponsible things a lot of black men do, and it's just like not fair to black women, because a lot of us want to be loved, but it feels like a lot of us have to carry this burden to help them out and figure things out. I don't get it. What's going on? I don't get it. Like, what is not clicking to them? And it's actually like really concerning, and it's making me sad. It's literally making me sad. Like, do we not have a lot of black male mentors? I know like a lot of things happen in the upbringing, but after a certain amount of time, as you reach a certain age, you can't keep blaming stuff that happened in your childhood. You actually kind of have to do the work to want to progress. It's not, you can't always keep feeling bad for yourself. And
But I just want to add something directly on that, right? She said that you can't keep basically delving into the past and blaming your past for the reason why it is that your future is the way that your future is. But commonly in the black community, the main thing that we hear is that due to the fact that a black man created something or was a part of something and he no longer exists, it is his fault. And because of that, this is why everything is the way that it is currently at this moment in time. So again, I get a little bit confused on how we can leverage and try to point blame and fault for one thing when it deals with somebody. But then when somebody else is basically stating that, yo, you can't sit up there and do that, then it's weird. I guess that's the best way that I can put it, is that it's a little bit weird. Like, it's fine to sit up there and do it for certain situations, but it's not for, other situations or what. Like I said, it's a little bit weird. I just wanted to, point that a little bit out there.
that's what I feel like a lot of them feel like. And then a lot of y'all don't even have real friendships. Y'all don't have real friendships. Like, a lot of y'all will keep a lot of like of your hurt just like in your head, and nobody is gonna know. And that's the thing too. I think it's just like black men are like missing community. I think you guys need more community. You guys need mentors, because I'm just seeing a lot of things, and it's just like concerning. Because at the end of the day, a lot of us want to have a man and date a man, a black man, but like, I don't know. Like, I think like it just feels like you guys are not all the way there with a lot of us. And I just think that you guys lack a lot of community, and I just feel like you don't really have friends who you can talk about your struggles, and having friends uplift you. I don't know, but I'm concerned, and something needs to happen.
So I want to note that she's in her 20s. So this is why a lot of her stuff is pretty much all over the place. And specifically speaking, because she's in her 20s, she's again dealing with certain caliber of guys, especially the guys that she is more than likely directly around. She might potentially be, somewhere in the hood, and she may attract those types. She more than likely also herself may have dibbled and dabbled or whatnot with those types of guys. So this is specifically where her experience is directly coming from. It's the exact same thing when I've stated before in a multitude of other videos when it deals with black dudes out here and all types of gripes, all types of other stuff to sit up there and say about black women. And I'm like, dog, at the end of the day, if you decided to be with that person, you decided to be with that person. You are 100% at fault. That's the way I sit up there and look at it. This is why I've told people before, even when it deals with my own experiences in relationships, I am at fault because I decided to be with that person. Right? I specifically chose that person to be with and probably ignored whatever red flags because of emotional reasons or whatnot, whatever. But at the end of the day, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility for being with a person, right? That was in a sense detrimental to me or whatnot or whatever. This is the exact same thing that I say for everybody, both black men and black women. But no matter how many times that I make videos and I state these things, commonly when I do the videos, when it's the time where I'm like, looking directly at black women and trying to get that message directly through, I'm bashing, I'm hating, I'm saying this, I'm saying that. But I, as a black man, am stating the exact same thing as a black man to other black men. But like I said, people don't happen to hear that. People don't want to pay attention to that. People always want to get into their feelings and they want to feel a certain type of way about what it is that I'm saying because they're looking, quote unquote, at themselves on the screen and feel that I'm personally attacking them when I'm using this as an example of what it is that other women who are black have stated directly online, pretty much echo chamber parroting the exact same things. Right? Just like when I happen to put the image of a black man up there, I'm using that example, that image, as the form of that echo chamber who tends to put that message directly out there and they want to say this, that, and the third. Like the way that I look at this in general when it deals with black men and black women is like the crazy part is when it deals with people who are like swirlers or people who are divestors, y'all are both one and the same. In order to hate somebody, you got to at first have loved them somewhere in the beginning. At some point in time, you would have had to have some type of thing there to make it just turn into hate. Hate just can't just show up out of nowhere. Because I don't, at least for me, I've never ran into a person that was automatically just like from inception to when they first breathed air, it was just hate. I can't sit up there and list and show you a person. Right? But I can give you examples of where people started to change because of different things that they were introduced to, because certain things that they were taught or indoctrinated into, or how people have been in relationships and they ended up being hurt emotionally to the point where they never got over it. I can sit up there and give you those examples and show you how it turned directly into hate. But again, like I said, it turned into or evolved into, it had to have some type of a start that was neutral or that was at least positive. Like I said, it's very difficult to even have a lot of these conversations because, like I said before, when it even deals with the black community, it's like a lot of people don't even want to fixate on it. I can sit up there and look at it directly through the middle. Everybody is looking at it directly from their side. In a lot of instances, people are going to feel like, oh, you're talking about me, so I'm offended. As soon as people get offended, they tune out everything else. Trust me, I see it every single time. And I'm like, that's the killing part because I'm like, yo, people out here are very intelligent. People are very knowledgeable. People are very educated. But to be at the point of time where you hype yourself up to the point to get emotional to you're just not listening and you're just the one talking, I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. You gotta work on that. You gotta work on that. And that goes for both black men and black women. That goes for both black men and black women. Like I said, it's crazy. It's 100% crazy. And I know for a fact that you have good black men and good black women directly out there. It's just the case that everybody else who has been in jacked up relationships chooses to go out there and seek and attract jacked up people again. There's no other way I can sit up there and put it. There is no, I can't sit up there and say it any better. and I'm going to say it again, a lot of people out here like, yo, y'all need to fix y'all energy. For black men and women out here, y'all need to sit up there and fix y'all energy. A lot of y'all are jaded. A lot of y'all are hurt. A lot of y'all get online for both black men and black women. Y'all say that y'all hate each other. You got people calling bullet bags and all this other type of like wording that people want to sit up there and use, calling people out of their names, all types of B's and H's and whatnot, whatever. Like, dog, a lot of y'all need help. And a lot of y'all are too old to be doing this. Like I said, a lot of people are older than me out here doing this, and that's insane to me. That is insane. So like I said, I'm not shocked at the landscape right now. I'm not shocked at the landscape of the generations of now that are currently having the exact same arguments that people that are older than me have already been having. Because like I said before, you got older generations that like to pass the buck, because older generations, and this is the best way I can sit up there and put it, because older generations never healed whatever trauma or hurt or whatever it is that they suffered from their significant other, be it male or female or whatnot or whatever. Y'all pass that directly down to y'all kids. Y'all pass that directly down to the younger ones in the generations directly out there. So now we got to have the burden of y'all unhealed trauma directly onto us. And now we're using that unhealed trauma to then spit more hatred and venom amongst ourselves, because y'all refuse to do the initial internal work or to even seek any type of therapy. And that's crazy to me. And then older people want to get online talking about like, yo, why is this generation like this? Like, why do they hate each other? It's because of y'all. Kids learn from the parents. Kids learn from the elders. But like I said, nobody wants to take responsibility for anything that's going on here. Nobody. Like, this is like all of this stuff out here, man. It is crazy, dog. It is 1000% crazy out here. It is 1000% crazy. Deshauna, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said, I feel like she is just young. No, she is. She's in her early 20s. I think she stated that in the first or earlier part of her video. I think she stated that in the early part of her video. Sippy said, I just came back. I don't know what she said. Silk, what is up? What is up? You said, my brothers are a perfect example of good black men out there, but then again, they learn from a wonderful black father. We have to stop using stereotypes against each other. D Money said it was designed for it to be that way. From the bottom said accountability is long overdue. Sham said, nah, she ain't young. She got a white mom, was raised in the suburbs, and she tried to get a black boyfriend unprepared. I'm sure of it. Deshauna said, okay, cool. Let me see. You said that might be you, bro, but not everybody is like that. I mean, wait, in which way? In trying to look at things like which aspect of the conversation are you talking about? Are you talking about me, in a sense, placing the respective blame directly on the elders that came before me on why it is that we have the issues amongst the younger generation of black men and women, or are you talking about specifically something else that I stated? Because I want to know what part of the conversation that you're at so that I can make, a clear response. Oh, okay. So you're talking about the elders part, I think, because I think you said yes. You said everybody's not like that. That's cool, but that's great. Okay, so let's put it like this. You have a sum of the elders who are not like that, but what are the rest doing? Because when I happened growing up, I've seen elders just on the streets and, bicker back and forth, all this other type of stuff, going into like, the CVS, the gas station, and all this other type of stuff. And I would always see older black men and women sitting up there, kind of going back and forth and all this other type of stuff. Again, I don't know specifically what their situation is or what their familiarity is, but to see two older people decide to disrespect one another, that speaks volumes. And when you're a child growing up and you're witnessing that, you think that that is normal. You think that it is okay, and it's not. Right? My mom, I never seen my mom disrespect a black man ever in my life. I never seen her try to get up and fight. I never seen my mom try to swing at. I never seen my mom try to get into the face of a black. My mom has never even spoken negatively to me or around me about my father at all. So, like I said, I'm raised a certain type of way, but I'm also looking at the actions that were shown directly to me, right? And I pay attention and I carry those exact same actions. So just like how my mom puts herself directly out there when it deals with the world, right? I do the exact same thing. I'm not going to decide at any moment in time that I'm going to be like, okay, let me sit up there and badmouth this. Let me call this woman directly out her. Let me do this. Let me do that. All this other type of stuff. Like even during live streams, when I've had some women recklessly come directly at me, I will go around the moon to try to sit up there and use 99 different words before I have to go to the extent of getting to that disrespect. But like I said, that's because of how it is that I was raised, right? And how it is that I clung directly onto that and I kept that directly there. And I know exactly how I was raised. I can compare that to other black kids directly in the community. I can see a stark difference. It's a night and day difference. I'm not about to go out my way and try to disrespect somebody, try to call them directly out of their name and all this other type of stuff. But other kids, it's first nature. This is what they're going to sit up there and do because that's what the parents do directly in the house. That's what the elders do. That's what the family do. So they're not going to speak respect. Like how some people basically say that the mouth has the power of life and it has the power of death. You have a lot of people that would want to speak life into a person. You have other people that want to place poison. They want to try to get them out as expeditiously as possible. That's what I'm, trying to get directly at. How people are basically raised, what it is that you're specifically able to see in your surroundings from the people who look exactly just like you, or even from, within your family. Let me see. I want to make sure I get your comments directly up there. Hold on. Somebody said 86 said, I got whooped by my folks. If it wasn't for that, I'd be in the streets, in jail and or dead. And then after that, let me see. I'm trying to scroll back down, trying to make sure I get your comment. You said, but you're right. There are old folks. There are old folks who look down on you for being educated, being better than them, not intentionally, but they can't stand to see you be great, type of stuff. Yeah. And I've seen that as well too. I've seen some older people try to downplay a young person's education or try to come at them a certain type of way to try to level them down. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy to me. I'm like, if you really, as an older person, if you feel that bad about something, like, yo, go out there and fix it. Go out there and actually get your education. You're never too old to go back to school or to learn something new or whatnot or whatever. Like, it's crazy to see somebody older wanting to bring somebody younger down because they didn't make it. That's always been crazy to me. And like I said, there's a multitude of reasons why the younger generation out here, or younger gens out here, have a type of disrespect when it deals with older folks out here. Because a lot of older folks, whether people want to admit it or not, a lot of older folks are just vastly disrespectful. And a lot of older folks are like, you need to sit up there and respect me. No, actually, I don't. I don't have to. Respect is earned. Right now, there is a certain level of respect because we're raised a certain type of way, but a lot of older folks go over that point. Like the moment in time that you don't want to sit up there and say, excuse me, pardon me, and all this like normal manners type of stuff, it's like, yeah, now we're going to start talking to you like anybody else out there in the street because that's how you acting. Like I said, in my household, you say, excuse me, pardon me, I'm sorry. Right? You do things like that when you mess up or you didn't mean to sit up there and do something. A lot of old folks don't believe in doing that no more. They're like, I've been here long enough. It is what it is. Nah, it's not. And I'm like, you can also have a broken hip too. And it's going to be, it is what it is. You're going to be locked up in the hospital for about 2 months. And then you're going to have to sit up there and figure out if you're going to have further health complications directly from that bad hip that you just got, because it is what it is. Like I said, people better sit up there. People got to get it together, man. That's all I'm saying. A lot of people out here, they gotta, they gotta sit up there and get it together. And as I told people before, the main reason to bring up a lot of these videos is because things need to get fixed on both sides. And I've said that time and time again, even though, whenever I do these videos, people don't make it again to the live streams and whatnot or whatever. I'm just going to make sure that, when I specifically put these videos up, I'm just going to just make people mad. It just is what it is. I don't even care because they're not going to listen to the actual message that I have to say. You got people out here that just want to sit up there and rage out and they want to see somebody as a villain. So I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm not going to sit up there and speak calm. I'll just sit up there and go off. Like I said, people, like the best way I can put it is that people don't respect nice. People don't actually appreciate, right? They just don't. People don't like you actually talking to them like as a human being. A lot of people want to be disrespected because a lot of people just get off on that. A lot of people respect that more versus a person trying to see them and talk to them actually as a human being, as somebody that's logical with common sense. That's what I've learned. That's what, and it's the greatest thing. It's crazy. It is diabolical. Gail, what is you talking about? That is my beard, ma'am. If you hear anything in a microphone, that's my beard. That is my beard. Gail got jokes. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Yeah, that one right there. Wait, she breathing, he walking away. I'm a little bit confused. Wait, what Gail talking about? I gotta roll back up here real quick. Deshauna said, I have, and my husband had to something better. I think I get what you're saying. Yeah. Sham said, how is she talking about black men and community with mentors tells me a lot about where she was raised. Like this is the best thing I could sit up there and try to, in a sense, like frame this and try to inform people directly about, like I said before, the statistic, like people like to sit up there and say, and all of that good stuff, right? The mentors are the positive black role models that I had, and I keep saying this time and time again because it kills me when people want to get online and state that young black boys don't have role models. They don't have this, they don't have that. I'm like, dog, I might not have had my father, right? But I had at the point in time where they were, completely, we were seeing eye to eye and everything was fine. I had both of my uncles, right? They both held down jobs. They were taking care of their homes, right? Taking care of kids and all that other type of stuff, right? One of my uncles had the same job working at the post office for about, like 30 or 40 years, consistently just working there day in and day out, and would also sit up there and work out too at the Gold's Gym, right? I also had black male neighbors, right? Some of which were Mr. Redmond. He was at one point in time he was married, but his wife passed. But he still wore his his wedding ring. He still took care of the house. He was had the rose bush directly out there. He would garden and everything of the sort. You had James who lived down the street. He had his whole thing with his bouts for whatever reason dealing with alcohol, but he took care of his mother who was there, he did directly for her. They spent time. They would always, watch stuff directly on, the television and, things of that nature up until, his mother passed because she was older. I also had black male teachers, in middle school that I looked up to, that I saw every single day. Um, except for one that was talking like kind of crazy. The other ones, they looked at us with life. They spoke, life. They cared directly about us. They would check directly in, on us and things of that nature. Right. A lot of my boys, Ricky, my boy, Chris, um, L Train, Big Mike, and many others directly out there, they have their fathers, right? Or they had their fathers because some boys, they ended up losing their fathers a little bit later. Um, but being around them, I was able to understand, certain things, right? I was able to see the positive role there. I was able to see that positive, image there. And again, those were always great guys every single time. Shout out to my boy Ricky. Shout out to his dad, Mr. Sertima. Shout out to, my boy Chris, Mr. Thomas. Shout out to my boy Big Mike, Mr. Roosevelt. And in a lot of those instances, they would always allow us directly into the homes because they didn't want us to be out there just, in the streets. It was for case in point, Mr. Roosevelt, who my boy Big Mike, whenever Big Mike, because he was at the time, he was like a senior, right? So he was working at Walmart. So he would do a portion of school, then right after he would go to Walmart and he would be off in like a few hours. We would be, walking around, but all right, let's go see if Big Mike at the house. He wouldn't be there. And Mr. Roosevelt was like, where y'all about to go? And we was like, we don't know. We'll just, probably go to, Quinn's or whatnot or whatever. He was like, nah. It's like, y'all, y'all family, y'all go to school together. It's like y'all can wait in here, wait in the living room. Y'all can, play the game system. Michael, he got it, hooked up, and I'm pretty sure he won't mind. Because again, as a black man, he understands what is directly out there in the streets. He understands the potentiality and what it is that could take place, what it is that could happen. And that black father allowed us into that home every single day so that we wouldn't be lost and be out in those streets, getting into stuff that we shouldn't sit up there and be getting into. So what I'm saying is, it's crazy to me how I, as a statistic, as people would like to say, somebody that didn't have his father in his life, I can point to many damn examples directly out here of great black fathers and great black men, but for whatever reason, everybody else can't seem to do it. And I continuously sit by as a content creator and always see people running their mouths every single time, talking about black men, this black men, this black men, that black man, and everything is negative. And I have to sit up there and just take this and just look at this and just deal with it. And I'm like, this is crazy to me. I've known far too many. I've known more great and good and decent black men and black fathers than bad. So again, as a statistic, I don't know how other people are having these jacked up experiences. Because I'm trying to figure out, like, are people just diving into this stuff? Are you looking for these sources of guys? Like, who specifically are you surrounding yourselves with? That's why I get annoyed with a lot of this content that I showcase to y'all when I always see people talking negatively about black men and black men not being fathers. Like, for all intents and purposes, a lot of the black fathers and the black men that I listed, those are all stepfathers for me. In one way or another, they help me be the person, be the man that I am today. Nobody else did that. Like I said, even though I didn't have my father, I learned something from him, which is, in a sense, what not to do. So even without him, being there, and I'm able to sit up there and meet him when I was, like 18. I got a chance to meet him for my birthday because I was just a birthday wish. I'm a simple kid. I only want certain things directly out of life. 18, 19, I got to sit up there and meet him. That's the only thing I wanted. And I got to have a decent conversation and everything with them. Any animosity, and this is the other thing that I want to put out there to a lot of women, right? I want a lot of women to sit up there and understand this, because again, I'm coming from the standpoint, because I'm not trying to hear nothing, because you can't tell me nothing. What I'm trying to state is, as coming from a statistic from a single parent household, whatever relationship my mom and my dad basically had, that was their relationship. My mom allowed me to sit up there and just have a connection, or try to have a connection with my father. She let that happen. She didn't impose her will. She didn't impose her emotions. She didn't impose her theories or what it is that she specifically, she didn't even breathe fear into the situation. She just let it be what it was going to be. And whatever happened is whatever happens, and we'll deal directly with it after. A lot of Black women out here need to allow that to just happen. Move away from the emotions that you have specifically with that man, and allow those children or that child to have that experience. If that dude is just a bad dude, let that child figure it out. Let him find out for himself, because the truth will reveal itself. Just give it enough time. If the dude was inconsistent in the beginning, he's more than likely going to be inconsistent now, unless some other things change specifically with him. But if the dude is a decent dude, again, everything is going to be shown. Allow those kids to be able to have that experience, whether it be good or bad. Allow them to have that experience. Don't write an experience for them, because you already had an experience as a grown adult woman with that man. Your experience is separate from what he's going to have an experience with those kids. Like I said, man, I don't, for me, like I said before, I don't know what else to sit up there and specifically state to a lot of people. So if people feel, whenever I speak or I do these videos, that I'm doing this to target Black women, or because I feel a certain type of way, nah, it's not, because my mom ain't never make me feel a certain type of way. I love my mom to this day. Talk to her pretty daily. At this moment in time, talk to her daily, right? She even, when she has time, she peeks directly into the channel and she watches, the videos that I have up there, and we have discussions about it, and things of that nature. So, like I said, it's for me, it's hilarious. And I've also explained it to my mom before, and I've laughed about it. I'm like, yo, it's funny how people think that I must either hate you or don't have a good experience with my mom. Like, nah, me and my mom would sit up there and watch Power Rangers. We were sitting up there watching cartoons together, playing the PlayStation, like Tetris, Pac-Man, or whatever it is. My mom set up there and gave me my very first, it was like a local rap artist. I wish I still had the CD, but it was a local rap artist, and she ended up getting me, in a sense, my first rap CD. And then after that, it was Tupac, and things of that nature. So nah, I have an awesome relationship with my mom, and I ain't never called my mom directly out of her name or anything like that. Ain't never disrespect that woman at all. So like I said before, it's always funny to me when a lot of people, want to say I got a certain type of hatred and and all of this other type of stuff directly out there. Because as I stated before, the ruler of which I use to measure whenever I talk directly to or about the situations dealing with Black women, I use my mom as that ruler of how it is, the actions that she took, how it is that she's always conducted herself still to this day. And that's what I look at. That's what I look at. But yeah. Yep. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That's all I want to sit up and say, because like I said before, I've advocated and spoke highly of mothers by way of my own mother, directly on this platform. And within the same vein, irregardless of whatever relationship I have with my father, I can remove myself out of that and still speak positively about Black men who are either stepfathers and or fathers. So when I happen to tell people to remove yourself from that situation emotionally, I mean just that, because that's what I do. That's what needs to be done, because my specific emotions are not going to be somebody else's specific emotional engagement if they have their, experience or sit down, with their father and all this other type of stuff. Right. I'm not going to basically impose, my emotions directly on that, because again, that's destroying somebody else's experience. I'm trying to write a story for them that was never even, that never even happened. Right, because of what it is that I feel, what it is that I experience, what it is that I see. Right. Like I said, man, a lot of people have a lot of work. A lot of people have a lot of work to do. A lot of work, man. A lot of work. I think we got somebody confused directly in chat. So for Angie, I'm a little bit confused. What do you seem to be a little bit confused by? Let me know. I can help you out. Let me know what specifically you seem to be lost or confused specifically on. So like I said, this is me basically in a talking mood. Not going full force 1,000%. This is me in a whole talking type of thing. And technically, I'm going to probably tend to do this a lot more live streams, because when I do it in standalone videos, yeah, people ain't trying to hear this. Let me tell you. The moment in time that I'm calm, I'm relaxed, and I'm speaking, just like this, the amount of I'm not about to tune into this video is wild. It is wild. Ishmael said peace to Seji in the chat. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up? What is up? What is up? Angie B, you said about your take on how others experience what you're talking about. Wait, like what? Like so? Like what do you mean? I'm still I'm a little bit lost. Because technically, I said a lot, right? So I'm want to be, try to be as clear and as direct as possible. I don't want to try to go all over the place. If I respond specifically to what it is that you're saying, so help me out. Let me know, at least give me, something to go off of an example of what you're talking about. Because I said a lot. Let me tell you, I've been going for about like 2 hours and 36 minutes. I've said a lot throughout this throughout this whole live stream. So, I say it quite a bit. And quite a few times in a live stream, I've pointed things directly at myself, in order to give an example of either accepting, responsibility or acknowledgement of, certain types of faults and, and things of that nature. Okay. You said because everyone isn't emotionally mature yet, grace should be given. No, I get that. I understand that. But at what point are we going to keep giving grace and move away from that whole thing? Because at a certain point there needs to be expectations. Let me put it to you like this, right? And I'm for Angie B, right? As a young man growing up, I had a ridiculous amount, and I'm just going to speak for myself, even though I feel as though that I could push this, I can kind of broad brush this outwardly towards a lot of young black men directly out here. But I'm just going to specifically put this towards me, right? Growing up, because I didn't specifically know that much about, my father and my mom, she wanted to, make sure that I was just fine. Like she was like, hey, the dude, he just ain't here, right? He, he died or whatnot or whatever, right? To just pretty much dead the conversation, right? Because she knew something that I didn't. And she didn't want it to become a little bit, more in a way bigger situation, right? So for years, I sat up there and just kept bothering, pestering my mom, like, yo, tell me more about my dad, this is that and the third and all this other type of stuff, up until it got to the point where my mom was like, okay, let me, start telling you about, the grandfather and this is that and the third and this is, who your dad is and this is his father and all this other type of stuff and whatnot, whatever. And then it got to the point of like, yo, when can I, sit up there and like and meet him and and stuff like that and all this other type of stuff. Because at one point I was mad that my mom wouldn't, sit up there and tell me, like, why would you sit up there and lie to me? Again, at certain points I understand that parents got their reasons. I get it, right? So then I ended up actually, meeting him. But during the course of that, in between that whole thing of like finding out like, okay, he is like here and all this other type of stuff, I'm like, bro, it was like the best way I could put it to you is that if anybody watched the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and I ain't even want to sit up there and lie to you. Anytime that scene basically comes on where Will is with Uncle Phil and his dad, his actual biological father is there, and they're supposed to go out to like whatnot or whatever and just have fun. And the dad was like, "Yo, Will, sorry, I got bad news. Like, something came up. I gotta go out real quick. This, that, and the third." Like the dude, he was basically running, and Will was trying to just like, "All right, I'll just come with you." Like he was trying to do everything just to be with his dad. And then Will went through like all of the motions of grief. He went through like the anger, he went through the rage, he went through the sadness, and then it went down to tears. And he just went to Uncle Phil and he was like, "Yo, why don't my dad want me?" When that scene comes on, I ain't gonna lie to you, I cry. I don't care how weak that sounds. I don't care how that looks, because that scene for a lot of young black dudes out here, that scene is real, because it's like, yo, why don't you want to be specifically, a part of my life? Why do you want to, specifically and just be elsewhere? Right. So basically what I'm saying is that I fought with a lot of emotional rage because of a lot of because of lack of like understanding, right? My mom was doing her best to basically shelter me from the inconsistency, and I got that later on. I didn't falter for that, right? And again, I was able to get that experience in a sense directly by meeting him and then everything else afterwards. So like I said, I respect and I thank my mom directly for that. I don't have an issue directly in that at all. But the main point that I'm trying to point out is that you have a lot of young black men out here with a type of rage because they don't have an understanding of why certain things are transpiring, why certain people are not specifically, there. And then with that rage, it'll go because energy is neither, destroyed or whatnot or whatever. It is transferred into something else. So then it carries over into a lot of other things because it's things that have not, there's unresolved things there, right? And the only way that those things can be resolved is by both parents, right? So in a sense, at one point in time, I had both parents directly in the same household. I was able to, in a sense, see, both of them, things, of that nature. But, like I said, I had to sit up there and learn that early, because if I didn't learn that early, I would end up like a lot of black men that are in and out of prison and jail, a lot of black men that are dead, a lot of black men that are in the hospital. I would have ended up like some of the black dudes out here that run away from any and all responsibilities. So again, as a young man, I had to learn that early as a teenager. That's not expected of me as a young black teenager to try to emotionally grasp and understand things. Right? That's not something that people automatically expect, but I had to. Because if I did not, I would not be here right now talking to any of y'all. I wouldn't have a platform. I would be dead. Just to be real, just to be honest, I would be dead. Because the amount of options that I've had just being around different types of people and being able to get just into things real quick, and I opted not to. Like I said, I shouldn't even be here. But because I learned quick, because I decided to mature, at least emotionally, at least in one aspect or in a certain way, I was able to save myself. So that's why, I'm basically saying that, yo, there needs to be like some type of expectations directly out here. Because we shouldn't have people in their 20s running around here raging out. Like that just don't make any type of sense. That's crazy. I understand when people sit up there and say grace, like people need grace, but how much we got a lot of young black men out here running amok. How much grace are we going to sit up there and give them? Because of how it is that they, whatever it is that they experience or whatnot or whatnot or whatever. People do understand right from wrong. So it's like it needs to get to a point that we need to start setting and having expectations. Like I said, I have that expectation within myself. And because I have that of myself and what it is that, I set up there and experience or whatnot or whatever, I'm looking at everybody else. I have that exact same thing. And like I said, I had to catch on early. I didn't have the ability to be like, yeah, I'm going to sit up there and wait until like I'm 30. I'm going to wait until like I'm 25. I'm going to wait until I'm in my 40s. Like, yo, that's crazy to me. We can't sit up there and keep going decade upon decade upon decade with people and sit up there and say grace and grace and grace and grace. And like, that's just, come on. Come on now. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Gail said, no, you wouldn't have said you liked Captain's Crunch and superheroes too much. Nah, but Gail, I was outside though. Growing up, you had the dudes out there that was like, doing all other types of stuff. Like I said, my cousin, he got caught up. Man, his father, hold on. My bad. But my cousin, and let me just explain this directly to y'all, right? So the one of my uncles that I told y'all about before, he is of the church. He is a church man, and all of that, good stuff, right? Nice paying job. He was able to afford during the time he was able to afford a Mercedes, right? One of two or three that was directly on the block, right? My cousin decided that even though he has his father, and I'm talking about he was directly over at the house, like we had a 2-family flat. This is where the whole family was basically raised, right? So me, my grandmother, and my mom, we're all on the first part of the flat, and then they got the upstairs, right, where my uncle is. Every weekend or whatnot, my uncle would have, all of the kids over, right? They would, spend family time, go to the movies, have dinner, all of it, go to church, and, all of that stuff, right? My cousin got the bright idea to sit up there and join up with some of the dudes from somewhere. I'm not sure what part of the block or what side they were directly from, but he joined up with some idiots and decided to steal his father's car and joyride. And I want to note, he father directly in his life. Gets to spend time on the weekends. Like I'm seeing my cousins on the weekends, right? Going out, eating food, family dinners, Thanksgivings, holidays, all of that stuff, right? So this is somebody who at least has the presence of a father. For all intents and purposes, a positive male role model. He ain't doing drugs. He ain't smoking and drinking. He's not going out there, getting women and being out there 3:00 in the morning. Like this is a dude who was about the Bible, who was about church, who holds down a steady job. He works out and he's doing the best that he can. And he has a place of which he resides in and he can afford a nice car. But even still with that, my cousin decided, I'm going to sit up there and be with these dudes and I'm about to steal my dad's car. Like I said, there's a difference. I ain't never had a father, and I ain't never decided to do that. Let me repeat that again. I've never had my biological father, and I did not go out here ripping and running through the streets. But yet you got a lot of kids out here that have a lot of these things that people say that are necessary, but yet they still opt to do the wrong things. Make it make sense. because I can't sit up there and automatically 100% blame my uncle for that because my cousin made that choice. My uncle didn't force him to sit up there and go out there and join up with some other dudes, some goons, to sit up there and rob his own family. He decided to sit up there and do that. I done sat up there and been around my mom so many times. There's been multiple instances that there was money for bills and all this other type of stuff. I'm talking about hundreds of dollars. Like, yo, I need you to go down, take the bus, go pay the Comcast bill. It's this amount of money, and then I need you to also put money, down on the electric and all this other type of, right. I'm talking about, I'm sitting up there going to and from as a young dude, sitting up there going to the place to pay the bills because she got to sit up there and go to work. All the times I could have just took and spent that money on whatnot or whatever, but I did not do that. Because I knew better. I understood and realized the effect at a young age. I knew right from wrong, wrong from right. So like I said, I go by experience. Whenever it is that I have the judgments that people, basically hear me make and state, I go by what it is that I've done at young ages. And again, I'm a statistic. A lot of other people out here say that they got their fathers and their mothers and all this other type of stuff, but then they still mess up. And I'm like, that don't make no sense. You literally have the making to become like a perfect human being, but it's like you still mess up. How is that? And then those same people still try to leverage and blame their parents for somewhere lacking. I'm like, dog, nah. I'm like, at the end of the day, it is on you as a person. You decided to make that mistake. It ain't your parents' fault. If your parents are there and everything of the sort, you decided to make that mistake. Even if your parents ain't there, you still decided to make that mistake. Like, at no point in time can I sit up there and state that the reason I had bad grades in school is because of my father. How am I going to sit up there and blame somebody who ain't like that? Don't make no sense. He don't have no bearing or control over my grades. That don't make no sense. If I decided to sit up there and join the gang, I can't sit up there and blame, like, yeah, my dad is the reason I joined this gang. Huh? How does somebody who is not there force me or coerce me to join a gang? Huh? My father is the reason I stole money and was ripping and running through the streets and while I was doing drugs. Huh? How? I'm basically dealing with the invisible man. How am I going to blame somebody who is not there for something that I decided to do as a human being under my own control, under my own willpower? Like I said, like this is why I look at a lot of these conversations and I'm like, it's weird to me. Because I've always had to be responsible for what it is that I've done in life. But then I walk around and I look and see other people's conversations, and somehow, some way, people are like, oh, well, this black man wasn't here. It's his fault. Huh? There are girls right now who got fathers in their lives and they still ended up pregnant. Even though the father specifically told them, like, yo, what not to do. These are the guys that you hang out with. I'm not that type of guy. You shouldn't be going for those. Even with the fathers being present, raising their daughters, right? Schooling their daughters, feeding their daughters, clothing their daughters, sheltering their daughters, protecting their daughters. You still got girls out here, even with all of that, going out here and getting pregnant. And people will still at the end of the day be like, well, it was your fault as a father because you just should have did better. How much more is he supposed to sit up there and do? Do you want him to like hook Brainiac directly up to her so that he got full control directly of her? Like, how much, like how, brother. It's crazy. Like I said, I don't know. The Deshaun Adultery said, yeah, I did, and my father was there. Somebody said that if your child gets pregnant, it's definitely on you. I'm just trying to understand, how does that work? Like that's like basically saying that if at any moment in time that I was away from the house, away from my mom, and I was at school in the bathroom and I decided to smoke weed, that's on my mom. Nah, it's not. I made that choice to sit up there and do that. My mom taught me like, yo, we don't do drugs here. You don't do drugs. Do you see me doing drugs? Did I raise you to do drugs? Have you ever seen any of us do drugs? Again, going by the actions of which my family has done, I ain't never seen nobody sit up there and just do drugs in front of me or anything like that. So I'm going by the action. I'm going by what is shown, right? Where I'm growing up. So how is it possible that if I decide as a child that, yo, I'm going to be in school with these other groups of people, I'm going to decide to sit up and smoke weed? How is that the parents' fault? If all of their actions show you what not to do and the child still decides to do the opposite, how do you then still blame the parent as if they were supposed to do more? How? How? Like, that's crazy to me. Shout out to I want to give a shout out to Miss Daltrey for being honest. Where she chimed in on part of the conversation where she stated that she had her father and she still ended up getting pregnant. Shout out to you for being honest, because like I said before, a lot of people, when it deals with like this timeline, a lot of people don't want to be honest. Like I said, a mistake happened. It is what it is. You just gotta, sit up there and deal with it. You gotta, directly roll with the situation. That is created. Like I said, I respect honesty. I respect when people can sit up there and be like, yo, I messed up. Yeah, that was on me. Like I said, that's all I'm saying. It's like it comes to a certain point where it's like, nah, you can't always sit up there and put the blame directly on the parents, because a lot of these kids directly out here have everything needed in order to be the best possible person that one can sit up there and be. But you got some things happen, and it's by way of the child deciding to make that choice. It's like it's crazy work out here. But like I said, shout out to you for being honest. Shout out to you. Like, man, like I said, it'd be crazy work directly out here. Yo, you talking about like, yo, the people, the parents can still get blamed, shared accountability. It's like, man, nah, miss me with that. Like I said, you can't tell me nothing. Like I said, coming from the whole like statistic, all this other type of stuff, yada yada yada. You miss me with all of that stuff. At no point in time, if I decided to mess up in my life, could I sit up there and blame my mom or place the blame on my father? That don't make any sense. My mom showed me and taught me wrong from right. And in a sense, technically, my father did too, but that's more so with other situations of, how to move in life as a guy. But like I said before, if there are certain actions that are in reality that you can really see, and it's telling you this is right, this is wrong, you as a person opt to go against what is shown to you. It is on you as an individual what it is that you decided to do. It is on you. Like I said, man, like people make their own choices out here every single day. And then it's like now, going back to what this person said about the parents got to take, responsibility or shared accountability. It's like, so how far are you going to carry that? Because now you got people in their 20s and 30s, they sitting up there murdering and killing and ripping and running through the streets. So how far are we going to carry the shared responsibility? How far are we going to sit up there and say that it's the parents' fault? How far are we going to sit up there and carry that? Like some crazy work directly out here. All I'm simply saying is that when it deals with maturity, I had to learn that early. I had to sit up there and move a certain type of way. I had to figure a lot of things out real quick and fast. And I'm happy that I went through those experiences, because I'm not sure the type of person that I would be at this moment in time without him. I'm not sure where my maturity would be when it deals with a lot of issues, um, and having a lot of those conversations. Like I said, it's different for everybody. Like some people, don't need it, and then they'll just progress how it is that they progress. Other people, it's like, yo, we need to, sit up there and do that now. Tippy said, no, Seji, in a way, the parents are to blame because the child's first teacher are the parents. But Tippy, the example that I gave, the example that I gave when it dealt with that is that you got, just like I listed my cousin, right? He decided that he wanted to rip around through the streets. My uncle was not that person. He wasn't ripping and running through the streets. He wasn't with 1,000 women, right? He wasn't sitting up there stealing and joining groups and doing all this other type of, like, he pretty much was living a standard issue, type of life, right? Standard issue type of life, right? But like I said, my cousin still decided to do what it is that he wanted to sit up there and do, right? And my cousin is one of two sons, right? Because my other cousin, I want to say he should be one of the oldest. He wasn't ripping and running through the streets. They got the same father. He was not sitting up there ripping and running through the streets. He was not ripping and running through the streets. All of them, they got the same mother, the same father. All black. Like I said, people have choices. One son decided not to do any of that nonsense. The other son decided to jump headfirst into that nonsense. Like, it's crazy to me that whenever bad things happen, people are like, oh yeah, it's the parents, it's the parents, it's the parents. But then when it's good stuff, ain't nobody trying to sit up there and like really give credit to the parents though. Ain't nobody really trying to move like that. Nobody's really trying to, advocate for the good parents and all this. Everybody always got smoke when it deals with like this whole thing here. That's the most attention that always happens, which is the negative parents. And nobody happens to pedestalize the positive parents directly out here. Like I said, case in point, my boy Officer Haku, who is Brandy V World directly on the channel. Known him for years. Positive black male role model, highly supportive, right? All black everything, wife and kids, car, house, all of that. There with his kids every single day, right? Same thing, boy Jarrell, same exact thing. Taking care of single father, taking care of his son by himself. There is no mother directly in the picture. He is the sole provider. He is the sole parent specifically there for his child. And again, many other dudes out there doing the exact same thing. But like I said, somehow, some way, I don't know. It's I don't know. I don't know. You said that, but all parents are not good parents, and you said being real, a lot of folks barely have both parents. Did you not just hear the conversation where I said that I'm the statistic? Like, I'm not. Are we here? Are we all here? Is this delayed? Are we delayed at this moment in time? Because I could have sworn I used myself as an example throughout this conversation a multitude of times just to get that point across. Like anything that this person is basically saying, I've literally talked about that already. But my main point is, at no point in time can I sit up there and say that my parents are at fault for my decisions in life. Because it comes to a certain point in time where people need to start taking responsibility for their own choices. there's so much grace given that people have enabled the worst of the worst people to just get off scot free by being able to just blame everybody else, aka like their parents or whatnot or whatever, even though they have their own willpower, right? Quote unquote. What people have said is that God gave everybody free will. Children out here realistically do have their own free will, and they decide to do what it is that they want to sit up there and do. But I don't know. Somebody said black men need accountability. Firstly, are you male or female? I just want to get this straight. Are you male and female, and are you black? American? Let me know, because like I said, people start entering into the chat and just start saying stuff, and I got to start looking at people crazy. I got to start looking at people crazy, because people just start saying. Because I could have sworn we just kind of moved past that, and we were talking about all of these things directly in a whole different conversation. I could have sworn we did that. I could have sworn we did that. Somebody said, I really think that people don't want to be viewed as neither bad decision makers, fools, gullible, or just outright bad. The quicker people be honest with themselves, the quicker the issue will be resolved. I mean, for me, the way I see it is that I just count myself as a villain. That's what I do. I just count myself directly as a villain, just to get everything squared away, so I can just focus on whatever it is that is taking place. That's the best way I do it. I don't got no other way to sit up there and navigate it. That's just the easiest way to do it, because you already know how people are going to sit up there and see you. So just stick directly with it. You know. Let me see. Me again said LMAO. Yes, sir. Villain circle. It'd be like that. Well, for me at least. Like I said, I'm used to it. So, like I said, I told people before, whatever you imagine or see me as, that is exactly what I will be. If that helps people sleep at night, where it's like, oh, this black man is this, that, whatever, that's cool. Hopefully, you can sleep at night, because obviously praying to God ain't working for you. So it brings you right back to me. No problem. We got you. How can I be of service? That's exactly how I look at it. Somebody else said, yes, at a certain point, you start taking accountability for your own actions. But I said, at what point? Because I said earlier on, when I was a teenager, I had to take accountability. If I didn't, then I would be like a lot of other dudes out here and trying to blame, like, oh, my lack of a father and all this other type of stuff for the reason that I'm ripping and running through the streets. I'm locked up in and out of prison. I'm doing this and whatnot or whatever to the community. It's like, no, I don't got no time for that. I don't got no time for that. Don't got no time. So for because obviously I don't know for what happened to Jerry, because obviously Jerry must be out of here. Obviously Jerry must be out of here. So you said good for you. You said everybody's life is different. All right, that's cool. I mean, that's great. But like I said before, for me, I got an expectation, because I'm not trying to hear somebody sit up there and say that, oh, the reason that I didn't I was out there murdering 22 people is because I didn't have a father in my life. That sounds crazy. That sounds 1,000% crazy. And it's like, to even allow any type of leeway for a person to even say or even utter nonsense like that is insane. Like I said, this is why limitations need to be set. You said you haven't lived everyone's life. Okay. And In life, people have expectations of certain things, right? People expect you, like if you walk down the street, it's expected that you're not going to randomly decide to set somebody's house on fire, right? That you're not going to steal somebody's Pomeranian, poodle, whatever it is, out of their front. There are certain expectations when it deals with life. So I'm a little bit confused on how it's fine to have expectations for certain things, but then we don't have expectations for other things, which could be very much detrimental for people, for communities, for just life in general. I'm a little bit confused on that. Just a little bit confused. A little bit confused. That's all I'm saying. Gotta said everyone still needs accountability regardless of life. Stop making excuses. And that's my point. That's my whole point. Like I'm not trying to hear people make excuses because of choices that they decided to sit up there and make. So you said I could talk like this because that's what my experience allows. So when rich people talk down upon poor people, what experience do they really have in order to have a certain amount of information about poor people? They don't really got nothing because they're wealthy. They're of money. They live in estates. They live in mansions. They can buy whatever it is that they fathom. They can get anything to their heart's contempt. They don't got to worry. They don't got to struggle. But yet you see rich people looking down and talking about poor people, right? But what gives them the ability to sit up there and do so other than their money? They don't got no experience. They don't actually got anything to go directly off of. I at least have stuff to go off of. I at least have experiences, right? Or witnessed things, been around things or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure. I'm not sure like where you're specifically trying to go directly with this. But like I said before, the main point is that regardless of things that take place, you still have a choice at the end of the day. You still have a choice. When I was younger, I got picked on the same thing that you normally sit up there and hear, like, like what was it, like Family Matters? You got like Steve Urkel and stuff getting picked on in school and all this other type of stuff made fun of. Those things happened to me as well too, but that didn't automatically turn me into a bully because I decided to make a choice. I opted not to do what somebody else did to me. Whereas somebody that is a bully, their scapegoat, their excuse is that, oh well, the way that I was raised, the way that my parents treat me, the way that everybody else used to tease me, and this, that, and the third, and all this. There's always some type of excuse to enable people like that to do the things that they do. There's always an excuse. Like I said, that's crazy. Let me see. What are you talking about? Answer the question. You never wrote a question. There's nothing up here with a question mark. There's nothing up here with a question mark. And I've been going right through the comments because the comments are technically rolling in slow at this moment in time. So I know I caught pretty much all of your comments. Ain't nothing up there have a question mark at all. Talking about some answer the question. What are you talking about? God has said, thank you. The choices is yours. As an adult, you live and you learn. LD said, you don't always have a choice. Sometimes your hand can be forced. No, nobody's talking about a hand being forced. Like y'all just coming up with anything to move the goalpost. Nobody's talking about somebody being forced into a life of drugs or being forced into it. Nobody's talking about that. Y'all just now y'all just moving a goalpost. Y'all just clear cut sitting up there moving a goalpost, which makes no type of sense. Nobody's talking about extenuating circumstances. Nobody's talking about that. What about people that was forced into being in the gang? What about people that was forced to be in and out of prison and jail? Even though I'm a little bit confused on how it was possible, but whatever. Gotta say, some folks just can't accept accountability in life. Yeah, like I said, that's crazy. That is 100% crazy. TP said it happened to me too. I got bullied by white girls, white boys, Mexican girls, Polynesian girls, and black boys. Dang. Yeah, be like that, Tippy. Let me tell you, be like that. Like I said, being at the height that I was and having glasses, I got teased a lot. It be like that though. You said skip the question again. Dog, you didn't say what. So what I'm going to do now is just fully skip anything that you got to say, because I literally said what question, which is basically write or say whatever it is that you were trying to pose as a question, but you obviously did not do that, and you decided to sit up there and write some LOL. You skipped the question. You got it. You win that argument for today, sir. You got your trophy. So now let's go to somebody else. Somebody said, Cal said, what's funny is that people are saying black people when every race of people are going directly through this. So I'm a little bit confused. Like, what specifically are you talking about? Like, every race of people is going through what? I'm a little bit confused. Like, this is why I tell people, like, yo, fully write out some stuff. Like when you happen to, say some stuff. I'm a little bit confused. D Money said, say the word and we slide. Angie Baby said, and being bullied didn't contribute to your life right now. Wait, are you talking about me or are you talking about Tippy? I'm a little bit, because sometimes when I happen to see people make comments and responses, I'm not really too sure exactly who they're talking about. So let me know, Angie, if you were talking about. Okay, you're talking about me. Contribute. The only way that I can say that it contributed to my life is that I learned that I would never treat anybody like that. I would never do that to other people. So I made sure to surround myself around, certain types of people. So like I said, all of my friends, we played like and I go over this a lot. Lunchroom, we would sit up there and be playing, like video games, Yu-Gi-Oh, maybe even Digimon or Dragon Ball Z. Card battles like in the lunchroom and just minding, like our own business, having, arguments about like, comics and all this other type of stuff. That's the only thing I can sit up there and give you. I would never go out and decide to treat somebody a certain type of way, because like I said, I have a certain understanding of what that's actually like, to what to go through that, and then I also have an understanding of mentally what that can do, or the effect that it would in a sense have on a person. So BA said, sounds like it's a group of men that she wants. Oh, you're talking about to the last girl. Yeah. Cal said, no fathers in the home and crimes. Wait, I'm a little bit confused on what specifically you're talking about. But I'm a little bit confused. Bottom said, empathetic. Yeah. BA is responding to the previous video where you're talking about the woman that is in view, the picture of the woman up there. Sounds dumb. Yeah. I try to as people say, give grace. I did preface and say that the woman is young. You can tell by you know, the way she talks and, you know, and all those things. Because like I said, her reference point seems very short. Like she don't really got no experience with anything, you know, at this moment in time. Angie B said that's empathy. Yeah. Yeah. And then on top of that, you know, I would also go out of my way and, you know, help people out. Like some of the times I didn't see people you know, get stuff knocked directly out of their hand, and I would, you know, go over there, just stop, like go into my class, be like, oh, let me stop real quick and pick this up for, you know, this person, then carry on about my day and, you know, and all that other type of stuff. So yeah, like I said before, I got a certain understanding because I've been through it. So do. Sham said, who bullied Tippy? I got your back. I promise you, Tippy got some stories. Tippy got some stories. What Tippy got to sit up there and do is we just gotta get you to. Well, I ain't gonna sit up there and like say it here because I think that's a pretty good idea that you could possibly do. So I just sit up there and probably tell you at another point. Probably tell you another point. Maxine G said, please stop judging all Black American women by what a few say or do. So, Miss Maxine, I would like to welcome you directly to the villains platform known as SEIJIHITO, the Second Coming, where I myself generalize a lot. And on top of generalizations, I also place myself within generalizations as well, because there's been quite a lot of times directly on the platform where I reference Black men and I throw my hat directly in there, even though I have no bearing on any of the type of crime, the ripping and the running, the murdering, the placing of children or whatnot or whatever directly out there. So, like I said, I need, you know, people got to stop getting offended. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. I, in no way, shape, or form, have created any, you know, kids directly out here, but I have been in relationships where I have tried to be a positive, you know, have a positive effect or some type of form of a standard, I guess you could sit up there and say, in that type of way. So, like I said, if I generalize and you get offended, it ain't my fault. You might have to sit up there and talk to God about that. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell you. I don't. Because like I said before, the same way that I just so happen to generalize when I talk about Black men is the same way that I generalize when I talk about Black women, the same way that I generalize when I talk about Black kids, the same way that I generalize when I talk about Black elders, the same way that I generalize when I talk about the Black community in general. So I guess everybody just not gonna like it, and everybody gonna just be offended. Like I said, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. I don't. Like I said, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people, because don't nobody sit up there and come through and tell me, but like, yo, Seji, when you're generalizing like Black men, you need to stop doing that. Don't generalize yourself in every single Black man. Just say this specific group. Just say these few Black men. Not that just don't be happening. You know, it's it'd be crazy out here. Maxine G said, I hate when Black men respond to a Black woman stating how she feels about being in a relationship and what they expect a man to provide by saying that Black women are single. Okay. No problem. So I do have a video where I think
If you ever been to a college already,
put it
23, 24.
Which is, you know, you can actually look this up.
Oh yeah, I did forget I was supposed to go over that video. So let me let me, you know, sit up there and showcase this video, right? Since Miss Maxine G, since you're up here, I want to see what is your opinion on this video here, right? Let's just take a look.
Where the fuck your mom's house at, huh?
I'm going back to my car.
Where the fuck your mom's house at, huh?
You just ripped my clothes off. Like, why are you doing this?
I'm ripping my
Okay.
Fuck on, Huh?
Okay.
You shut the fuck up, bro. Rip my clothes off, bro. Say that shit one more time, bro. I swear to God, I'll rip this shit off here. I'll kill you. On everything, I'll kill you. Think I give a fuck about you, please? I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about me. How the fuck I give a fuck about you?
So let me see if I can potentially rewind that back so I can just give you a better view of the person that is talking to this young black woman who is crying in the car, who you can actually see, who is afraid, who is scared, who is having her clothes ripped. I would love to see the comments. Yes, he is. Yes, Tippy. I made sure to pull it directly back so that we could see the best picture directly of this guy who is driving the car. Yep. So when you know, like I said, I don't know what to tell you. Because in a lot of instances, like I said before, when I happen to cover issues or things that have happened with black women, and I've done videos just like this when it dealt with black women and they ended up losing their lives by the child's father or whatnot or whatever. I've done these exact same videos, and I come to this main common point that I don't know what to sit up there and tell a lot of black women, and I have to sit up there and generalize. Because I myself, as a black male in America, have tried my damnedest to try to sit up there and warn black women out here of a variety of things. And I've been told to shut up. I've been told to stay silent. I've been told to mind my business. I've been told that it's not my place. I've been told that I'm not their pastor, that I'm not their father. So if I'm being told to basically back away from a situation because it has nothing to do with me, it has no bearing, then I'm just going to mind my business. Because I don't know what else to sit up there and say. Because I've shown experiences like this where a black woman is going with this with a black man. Now I'm showing you experience now where a young black woman is going through this with a white man. And like I said, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. And I have to sit up there and generalize that because like I said before, there's nothing else that I can sit up there and do. So like I said, Miss Maxine G, let me know something here. Let me know something. Tell me something. Because you said that, quote unquote, I hate when black men respond to a black woman stating how she feels about being in a relationship and what they expect the man to provide and etc. by saying that's why black women are single. So you had something to basically say directly on that because I had a response to what the black women were specifically stating when they were throwing, in a sense, black men under the bus because of the whole thing dealing with Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift getting married. Two white folks, of which nobody should care about getting married. But somehow, some way, I guess people skipped over the fact that the black women that were speaking were painting black men to be at fault for the reason why a white man did not want to be with them. That's crazy. That's diabolical directly in nature. And so what I'm trying to figure out is for, again, Miss Maxine G, I would love for you to give me some type of statement because you obviously had a statement about, you know, what it is that I stated or other black men have stated or black men in general have stated. I would love to see a statement specifically about this. That's what I'm looking for. You got to be kidding me. So, and I made sure to sit up there and look directly back because none of my moderators booted her out. So she's not deleted. She's not going directly, you know, from the platform. Nobody, you know, put her directly out. Again, you wanted to say something specifically about black men. Cool, no problem. I'll sit up there and take that, right? I'm a black man. I made a critique because of specific reasons, because of how it is that I care for and how it is that I view black women, how it is that I love black women because of the example of my mother. So I have an expectation, right? So then I sit up there and I specifically give you a video. I give you a video. And you know what? I promise you, somebody online that's going to say that's a black woman. Oh, where are the black men to protect us? How could black men ever allow this to happen to us? The only way that things like this can happen by way of another man is because black men don't love us. They don't want to marry us. They don't want to be in a relationship with us. They don't see us as any type of worth or value, when that is completely wrong, because I've always valued. I've been around black women my whole life. That's all I've seen. That's all I've known. But again, when I have women of my community, when I have the girls of my community sit up there and tell me to shut up, sit down, and be quiet, to mind my business, and that they don't need me, what else do you want me to do? You want me to forego their wishes? Because I could have sworn a lot of black women out here sat up there and said that that's the problem with black men. We don't know how to listen. We don't know how to pay attention. We don't know how to comprehend. We're not emotionally intelligent. So now when I sit by and I watch all of this stuff happen, I'm still at fault for listening, for paying attention. That's crazy. That's diabolical. And this is why I sit up there and say, and I do these videos to showcase the fact that no matter what a black man out here does, how it is that he decides to sit up there and move, no matter how much he decides to care and how he tries to invest emotionally into a person, he's still going to be at fault. So like I said, I can move and not move, and I'm still going to be at fault. The blame is not going to be put squarely on the man that is doing this directly to this young black woman, of which it shouldn't be happening at all. But again, what am I supposed to do about it? What can I actually do about it? Because all she's going to do is go directly back to the exact same thing. Just like when I've told black women, black girls, like, yo, don't sit up there and mess with that type of dude. He's going to sit up there and leave you. He's going to get you pregnant. He's going to be with you for a little bit. He's going to use you. And then once everything is said and done, he's going to move on to something else. People didn't want to listen. So what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to still care? Why? You obviously do not care. I try to invest time. I try to sit up there and tell you what's important. I try to be a brother. I try to be somebody that's not exactly like your father, but to give some type of form of protection, or at least show that I care. But just to be ignored and pushed to the side, all for the exact same person or people to come directly back and start crying on the shoulder, talking about like, oh my God, I can't believe he did that. Like, why would anybody, why are black men like this and that? But you chose this, you picked this though, right? You were warned not to sit up there and go down that path, but you opted to sit up there and do it. This is why a variety of times when it is that I have decided to make the videos, I've specifically tailored it and pointed it to black women, like, yo, black women, this is why you guys, for these examples, this is why you need to go out there and get self-defense training. This is why you need to go out there and get your license to carry. And this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, there's only so much that I can do as a black man to sit up there and say that I care, to say that I want you to sit up there and make it. I want you to sit up there and be protected. Like I said, I have no control over black women. I can't tell a black woman what to do. I don't have ownership of a black woman. I don't rule over black women. There's nothing I can sit up there and do. So that also goes to a lot of the folks out there that always sit up there and say, but oh, black men, you are the leader. You are the head of the home. I'm the head of what? I'm the head of myself. Like I said, I've tried for years. I've tried for decades. I've literally tried since I was able to sit up there and try, and to no avail. And then people still want me to sit up there and care. But then even when I care, I'm still the villain, because I'm trying to dictate. I'm trying to tell people what it is to do, because instead of me trying to direct and tell a black woman what to do, I need to be focused on black men and trying to educate and tell them this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, I'd rather be the villain. I'd rather be. It's just easy. I'd rather be the villain. I rather just people just judging me, be like, you just hate black. I just rather just be in that box. It's just a lot easier. At least I know what's coming. At least I know what's coming. I don't have to sit up there and try so hard. I don't have to try to work. I don't have to try to convey anything. It just is. Like Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Like I said, I don't even know what to sit up there and tell y'all for this video. I got nothing. I got nothing. This is when I commonly state, where are all of these divestors? Like I said, I still got Maxine G's comment directly up here, and she has yet to come back. She has yet to respond. I'm pretty sure that there are some other Maxine G's that are directly out there that are just sitting idly by listening. I would love for you to sit up there and chime in. I would love for you to sit up there and give me something about this video. Help me. Help me help you. Because like I said, there's a lot of divestors directly out there. And like I said, I don't got nothing against y'all. If you mind your business doing whatever it is that you want to sit up there and do, it's cool. I know some black women directly out there that are married to who not and whoever, but they ain't never sit up there and say, at least within my presence, they ain't never said nothing, negative about black men. And I'm cool with that. Like I said, everybody minding their business. I am cool. I don't got no problem. I wish all the best for you. My problem specifically is when you got divestors out here that want to paint a narrative. They want to try to give a story. And they always fixate and paint that story as somebody is the villain and somebody is the Prince Charming. Every time the villain appears, it always has to be a black man. Every time the Prince Charming shows up, it's always a white man or somebody else. They're always pedestalized. They can never do no wrong. But yet I'm sitting up here looking at this video of this man right here with a young black woman in a car, ripping her clothes, speeding through the streets, talking about how he doesn't care about her, how he doesn't care about her life. What makes you think that I care about you? What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that? That's all I'm saying. Matter of fact, I think this is going to actually be, whenever the moment of time that the live stream is over, I think this is the video that I'm going to sit up there and post first. Because I want the main commenters, I want the main divestors who are here, who don't subscribe, but they're on the channel and they make sure to basically check back and forth, and they only tend to respond on certain videos. I want them to have a response. I want them to tell me how it is that this example here is a black man's fault. I want you to list me all the femicide stats and tell me that, oh, because of black men doing this to black women, this is how you guys enable a black woman to be treated like this because of y'all. If you loved us more, if you weren't treating us wrong, we wouldn't be over there getting treated like this. I want to see that. I want to see all the stats. I want to see all of the reports from the FBI. I want to see all of the numbers from the CDC. I want to see all of that. Just like how the other women got directly up here and they wanted to make videos and state that two black men radicalized Travis Kelce into not being with a black woman and to make him racist, so much so that he decided to get married to a white woman, somebody of his own demographic, of his own people, that black men radicalized him. It's crazy work. It's crazy work, man. Some diabolical work, though. But shout out to the divestors, though, because a lot of them don't happen to report on stuff like this. They don't give a lot of black women out there warning signs. They tend to throw those to the side that get treated a certain type of way. I know this because I've covered stories where in one instance, I forgot some town down south or whatnot or whatever. It was a black girl. She went disappearing at a gas station. She was last seen with some Caucasian gentleman. They didn't find her up until later. But for whatever reason, a lot of divestors didn't want to report on that. They didn't want to talk about that. That gets swept directly under the rug because it goes against the narrative of who is actually good and who is actually bad. It goes against the whole fairy tale narrative. It's crazy. BA 310. Yeah, she yeah. Yeah, it was bad. That's the best way I can sit up there and she's not here. And I've covered other stories like that, like the dude from the Seahawks who pretty much beat a black woman unconscious. And he was up there, she by her main comment, she woke up from whatever coma that she was in from being beat by that guy, and he was up there just eating over her body. And she said the first thing that he said to her was like, "Oh, you're still alive?" Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. I can point stuff out on both sides. I can try to showcase and give warning signs, smoke signals, bat signals. I can sit up there and say we need teenagers with attitude, and I get nothing. But again, like I said before, I will always continuously get people trying to tell me bad stuff about black men. Like I said, people ain't paying attention. The only time people want to sit up there and talk about black men is whenever it's negative. Nobody out here is trying to say or list anything positive at all. Everybody got all the stats. Whenever it deals with like negative stats, the only group of men people can realistically list off the cuff is going to be black men. We can have history that we learned in class from other groups of people. People like, nah, none of that matters. First, black men. let's go directly to black men real quick. We need to fix it. We need to fix. We don't care about the historically what's been going. Let's just fixate on black men. That's crazy. That is crazy. Tippy said I can't spell the last name. Angie B said acting like a child. Someone's taking care of your life, not working in school or mentally. Wait, who? I'm not sure what you might be referring to. Give him hell said Tippy, I believe it was Curry or that's crazy. Shandoshi said, thank you. Tippy said a lot of black women outsiders end up with white guys that look like Napoleon Dynamite. I'm like, WTF. I don't like talking about people, but darn. BA 310 said, remember Goodfellas when the monster. Wait. You said, remember Goodfellas when the monster stole the truck, but the guy said 2 black men took his truck. Yeah. Yep. Wait, what happened, Sham? You said somebody was trying to make a point. Wait, who are you talking about? Oh, okay. I see. It was okay. Yeah, up there talking about something else. What is it? Battalion said, "Dog, what that man do?" Basically, let me just replay the video back because we got a few people back in here. So let me just replay this for y'all.
Where the fuck your mom's house at, huh?
I'm going back to my car.
Where the fuck your mom's house at, huh?
You just ripped my
car?
clothes off. Like, why are you doing this?
I'll rip them off.
Okay.
Fuck off, bro. Huh?
Okay.
You shut the fuck up, bro. Rip my clothes off, bro. Say that shit one more time, bro. I swear to God, I'll rip this shit off here. I'll kill you. On everything, I'll kill you. Think I give a fuck about you, please? I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about me. How the fuck I give a fuck about you?
Right. Another thing that I didn't get a chance to point out as well, too, right? So we see good old Jason, good old Johnny directly over there in the corner. Now, any instance of life that I have ever, because again, I just gotta go into like the villain category. Any instance of life of which that I have tried to, tell or dictate something to somebody there's normally this rah 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 type of approach, right? It's like, yo, I'm about to get in your face. You're not going to sit up there and tell me. I'm not trying to hear this and that, right? Always barking, right? Everything to sit up there and say out the blue, and even wanted to try to like square up, right? No problem, cool, right? So every time I happen to see these videos, I think to myself, I'm like, so how is it possible that when I have an interaction, or when I've at least had an interaction, right? Because we're not talking about present, we're talking about the past. When I've had an interaction, right? How is it that I got the rah rah rah, we about to do this, that, and the third, or you're posturing yourself like you want to fight, like you want to square up. But when it deals with this dude right here, you square in the car. The dude is literally putting hands on you. He's sitting up there ripping your clothes, all of that, talking to you, all types of sideways. I don't see no energy. It's the calmest, it's the calmest energy. There's no type of like, there's nothing. I'm like, that's a little bit interesting to me. Because I promise you, let a black dude had did this to her, she would have been swinging. She would have been swinging for the fences. She would have been beating that man down. That car would have crashed. She would have beat him down. She would have been crying. She would have been rah, 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 all this other type of stuff. I'm on the phone with my brothers right now. They about to be 20 deep. They about to be here. We all about to sit up there and jump you and beat you down. Matter of fact, you're not even going to sit up there and make it home. Matter of fact, we want to steal your car too, all this. But when it deals with this dude here, it ain't none of that. She ain't calling her pops. She ain't calling her brother or her cousins that's been in and out of prison. She ain't calling Ryan. She ain't calling Pookie. She ain't calling like Jay Trill or whatever. She ain't doing none of that. She ain't calling on the villains of the villains to come do anything to come stump this dude out. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. That's diabolical. That is diabolical. Angie said, "Are you serious?" What did the Joker sit up there and say directly to Batman? Why so serious? Right? Why so serious? So you said no, sir, and for an emotionally mature man, that's very immature to say. This woman is scared and in an enclosed car. Are you serious? Do you know how many videos that I have of black men and women sitting up there fighting on my hard drive? Do you know how many videos are on X right now where a black dude basically even postured or started swinging on a black woman, and then that black woman started wiping the floor directly with that dude? I'm talking about mopping the floor left and right, swinging them through the closet, across the bed. You're not going to tell me that those black women aren't scared of that black man. They are. It's just that they're not about to sit there and allow him to do whatever it is that he wants to decide to sit up there and do. They're going to fight and defend themselves. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, this is YouTube, so I can't sit up there and just post all of those videos. But you're missing what I'm sitting up here saying. You're missing what I'm saying. You're missing the main point that I'm sitting up there going to. It's the same thing that a lot of black women like to sit up there and say when it deals with black men in the community, right? A lot of black women sit up there and say that, oh, well, you black men out here, you're so quick to sit up there and kill your brothers out here. Y'all so quick to sit up there and do this and that. But when it comes time to sit up there and defend yourselves against a white man or a group of white men, y'all don't do nothing. Is that not? I'm just saying, I need people to be honest. Is that not what people say online? Is that not what we hear people in the black community? Is that not what we hear black women basically say? It's like, oh, you're so quick to sit up there and fight us. You're so quick to sit up there and fight other black men, people in the community. But when it's times to come and fight the enemy, you don't got no smoke for them. Black men, where y'all at? Black men show up. Is that not what gets said? Is that not what gets stated? Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I might be wrong, right? Maybe I've watched, maybe it was like some fake videos. Maybe it was AI or something, right? Maybe it's not a field of, black men and women sitting up here fighting directly in the streets, in the homes or whatnot or whatever. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Because all I'm sitting up there saying is the exact same thing. I keep telling people the things that you hear me say, when it deals with instances like this, it's a mirror. So the things that people want to reverberate, want to put directly online, those are the same things I'm going to showcase just in a different formula when it deals with this channel, when it deals with putting this content directly out there. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Because for whatever reason, when it deals with social media, black men and black women want to sit up there and go and do this tit for tat. No problem. I got you. I got you. I got you. Like I said, I've been called the worst of the worst before. So there's nothing else that I don't think there's anything else anybody can sit up there and call me that I haven't been called directly on this platform. You said, okay, you got it. That's basically words for I'm done with this conversation. I'm not going to say anything else. That's cool. Okay. Like I said, for me, I try to get directly to the root of the problem. I try to point out certain specific issues of which that people can fixate and actually focus on, right? Black women can sit up there and fixate and focus on issues that they know about, right? Black men can do the exact same thing as well, too. So when both people actually, sit up there and fix on their issues and then they square those away, they can just so happen to formulate a bridge and start fixating on the issues that affect both black men and black women, the things that they do between each other. But like I said before, when I try to convey that or get that directly through, and I'm talking like I'm normally talking right now, people don't want to entertain that conversation because I'm talking to people as a human being. But now when I sit up there and start talking sideways and start saying a whole bunch of other stuff, people want to sit up there and start responding. Like I said, this is what I'm talking about. My point gets proven throughout the 6 years that I've literally been doing this on this platform. And it's like people still don't get it. And then the main thing that I get people sitting up here saying is, let me see if I can go back to the comment. Where did it go? Let me see. Now I gotta sit up here and try to go up. Back to the comment. You said no, sir. And for an emotionally mature man, that's very immature to say. What's immature is that you got people out here that don't want to take responsibility and acknowledge the faults of how it is that they allow certain things to happen specifically to them. In the instances when it deals with black women out here choosing and being with the wrong types of guys, and especially dealing with my experience of trying to sit up there and quote unquote save somebody, even though it's not my job to sit up there and do, but I still put myself in that. I've learned that a lot of people just want to do what it is that they want to do, irregardless of the consequences, because a lot of people don't want to be told what to do. You have a lot of women out here that don't want to be directed. You have a lot of women out here that don't want to be shown the correct way to navigate things. They just want to be able to just sit up there and do it. And then if anything falls apart, oh, well, somebody's going to pick it up and somebody's going to, basically help me back up to my feet. And I'm like, that don't make any sense, because anytime if a dude fucks up out here, ain't nobody picking him up. The only time a dude is getting picked up is if he's dead in the ground and he needs to get carried in a casket. That's the only time that anybody's picking up a dude, and that's to be real. So to have the expectation that you could just sit up there and fuck up and then other people are going to pick you up, that's crazy to me. That's diabolical. But like I said, it'd be like that though. I guess I'm very immature. Why so serious? I guess I'm just immature then. Even though you've been able to sit here long enough, or other people out there have been able to sit here long enough and hear me convey a multitude of messages. Like I said before, the moment in time that it gets to specific videos where, it seems like whatnot or whatever, hey, it'd be like that. And I literally said that directly in the exact same live stream before this video even came up. I literally said that. I think that was within like the first 30 to 45 minutes. But like I said, I'm going to reiterate again, how much more am I supposed to sit up there and care when people enable things to happen to themselves? After warning, after warning, after warning, after warning, after warning. Didn't black women say online that they don't care what if black men get killed by white women, or how it is that happens because they enable that to happen. And I'm fine with that. I'm like, you know what, you got it. You're right, because technically those dudes should know better. There was warning signs and symptoms directly there. They decided to ignore, and they allowed that to basically take place and happen, irregardless of the red flags that was going on with that family and with that woman. Case in point, like the one dude that lost his life to that OnlyFans girl. That was on him. They literally, I showed y'all footage, I think, at a moment in time where she was sitting up there swinging on a dude in an elevator. I don't know what it is with people's obsession with elevators and wanting to fight, but again, but before that happened, but after that happened, this is when he ended up losing his life. And the main person to body block directly for her was her dad, and I think he might have either been a cop or had connections with the police or something or other. But like I said before, I give that exact same energy. And I agreed directly with those black women. I was like, yo, he brought that on himself. I said that in a multitude of videos. So when I returned the exact same energy, and I've agreed directly with black women when they've talked about black men, I gave that exact same energy to black women. I'm the villain. I'm immature. I'm in the wrong for parroting and saying the exact same things and agreeing with you. Again, this goes back to exactly what I said earlier. It don't matter what it is that a black man does, you're still going to be wrong at the end of the day. I want this to be like, I don't, like I said, I don't know how else to sit up there and place this. I don't know how else to sit up there and place it. I don't know how else to sit up there and place it. I don't know how else to sit up there and put it. Like I said before, I can agree with black women and be like, yo, y'all right. Look at this video. He brought this directly on himself, going like a whole rage, going a whole rant, and all that other type of stuff. I get claps, I get applause, all that type of stuff. I return that exact same energy when it just so happens to be the exact same instance. Boo. Throwing tomatoes. You can't make this up. Like I said, I don't know. This is why I sat up there and told y'all before that when it deals with like the black community and stuff, I don't know what to sit up there and give y'all. I don't know what to tell y'all. Because I done shifted and moved all different types of ways. I done delivered content, however people wanted me to deliver it. And people still end up being unhappy. There are still complaints. People are still not satisfied. People still want to sit up there and argue. People still want to sit up there and bicker. People still want to name call. People still want to say this and people still want to say that. But amongst all of that stuff that people want to sit up there and say, not nearly one of those people have ever pulled up to the scene with a solution. But yet, no matter what I've gotten on this platform by any people directly out here, no matter how they might have side-eyed me, called me some type of like a wild animal, directly out there, I got to paraphrase because, YouTube is sensitive. No matter what I've basically been called, an Oreo, all this other type of stuff, whatnot or whatever, an op, government, da-da-da-da, I've still tried to come through with a solution. Still tried to come through with a solution. When realistically, I just should not care, because people are going to do what it is that they want to do at the end of the day. And that's the one thing that I've learned. Well, like I said, it'd be like that. No, parroting, not parenting, parroting. Being, like how if you say something directly to a parrot or a crow, they will say the exact same back, this exact same thing back. That's what I was saying. Parroting the words, saying the exact same things back, echoing. Or maybe I gotta say it like that because maybe it might be a little bit clearer. Echoing those exact same sentiments, right? But yeah, like I said, I don't know what to sit up and tell people. I don't know what to tell people anymore. I do not. Don't know at all. Give 'em said some black people who date out fetishize whites just as much as whites fetishize. Yeah, I know that. There's whole groups for that. Like like I said before, like a lot of the stuff that I talk about, I've been online long enough to see a lot of these things which people might not even be aware of. Like I said, you can even go back to like some AOL eras, if people even remember those, right? You can go back to AOL and back when they had the chat rooms. I remember people having chat rooms where they had chat rooms where it said black slash white or whatnot, whatever. Basically, black people looking for white people or things of that nature. Like I said, I've been seeing a lot of this stuff. Been seeing this. And this is this is from people that are older than me. I've been seeing a lot of this stuff. So, like I said, it ain't nothing new, and I already know how this rolls. Like I said, because a lot of them look at it as like a taboo type of thing, and they get off on that whole thing. And they also get off on the fact that they know that other people are going to be sitting up there like looking at them and all this other. Like I said, it's like would it be narcissistic? But basically, a lot of them are just like looking for attention. In a sense, it's not even really the whole thing. Like you got some people out here that's looking for a significant other, but a lot of other people are just doing it because they know the effect. They know how it's going to highlight them. They know the attention that they're going to get, because without that, they wouldn't be getting no attention. And I'm talking about from both sides. I don't care if it's a black man. I don't care if it's a black woman. Without that significant other being of another race, they wouldn't be getting no attention, and they know it. So again, this is another way for people to formulate a type of attention that they necessarily would not be able to get or create on their own. So like I said, I get and understand what a lot of this stuff is. I get it. Tippy was like, what's AOL? AOL, Tippy. It's AOL is the internet. That's way back. When people used to have these things called CD-ROM, right? And on a CD-ROM, you would get the information, and if it was AOL or Netscape, you would get these certain codes that you can, like, first you would install the disk so that you would have AOL or whatever it was that would show up directly on your desktop. Once it was installed on your desktop, then you would have to, use the name or password that they give you, and you would normally get 3 to 6 months free, right? But if you were in the know, you would also understand that on the reverse side of that piece of paper that they give you, that they would give you 2 codes. They would give you one code for yourself, which is either 3 to 6 months, and then you would get another code that's for a friend or a family member for 3 to 6 months. So for me, I would sit up there and have a full year of free internet. Yo, I'd be saving them boys up. Let me tell you, like, yo, I was not paying for internet, boy. Let me tell you something. I love that system back then. We need to bring that back. I need to bring that back. One nation said old school internet. Yep. Sham said, do you remember when schools had those big CDs? What were those called? I mean, I know if you're talking about like the A drive, if you're talking about like the floppy disk, I know what you're talking about, but I don't think you're talking about the floppy. Tibby said it was before my she does this every single time. Oh my goodness. Oh my, I swear to goodness. One of these days, Tibby. One of these days. Somebody said hi. Yo, what's up? What is up? What is up? To Rice. What's going on? D Money said dial up is dead and gone. Yeah, it is. Angie B said it was called a laser disc. Yeah, I didn't even know. Like I said, I grew up in like basic schools, in a sense. I went to like public, and then I also had a stint, in between the middle school where I sat up there and did, private schools. So even in private schools, I didn't see the laser disc. I knew that, like, now the funniest thing is though, this is the funniest thing though, and I don't think a lot of people paid attention. When you looked at a lot of the disc trays back then, they had 3 sizes of CDs, right? You have the normal DVD, right? The CD. Then you had one that was a medium size, and then you had one that was even smaller. And I was like, for the life of me, I didn't know that during that time we actually had smaller discs that were that compact that people were actually using, because you never saw them, right? You know, the only other time you might have saw a disc, which was if you had I love like the transparent type of colors, like when stuff is like see-through and you can see how tech works. I had a floppy disk, right, that was see-through, and you were able to see the actual disk which held the information directly on there. Also, to let people know, those types of things are actually coming back in style because of the amount of storage that it can hold, where it can hold like terabytes of data and things of that nature. So you actually have companies right now. It's funny how this just like segued into tech. You actually have companies right now that are bringing back a lot of those heavy hard drives, because of the amount of storage that they got versus the standard issued, SATA, storage that we have at this moment in time. So just to, put that out there. Just, different conversation. But anyways, that's pretty much. Sham said, no, I think they were called Laserdisc, like Angie said. Yeah. But anyways, I didn't know it was actually like we've been going for like 4 hours, which is crazy. Wasn't even trying to do that. We're gonna end that on that. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Love you guys a lot. Thank you guys for being here, regardless of the disagreements or whatnot or whatever it is. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you for being a part of the conversation, and everything that is taking place. I will have a video directly up for you guys. It should be up around, I want to say, about 12 and things of that nature. So be on the lookout for that. Have your notifications and everything of that, like that nature on. Shout out to all the donators. Shout out to my beautiful, wonderful, great mods directly out here for doing the Lord's work. Shout out to all the regulars. Shout out to all the patrons. Shout out to all the members. And shout out to any of the new and old subscribers directly out there. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And I will catch you guys in the next live stream and or video. Peace out.